States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, you may have noticed I said acting city clerk Denise Anderson Warren, and our city clerk Sarah Gorman has asked me to let people know that she is okay. She wasn't with us at our last meeting. She won't be with us tonight. She has been asked about that, and she is on leave, and her elderly parents are battling serious illness and need her help, so we wish them the best. So with acting clerk Denise Anderson Warren, would please call the roll. Let's see who's here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
Councilmember O'Day.
Here.
And Mayor McKim.
Here, so there's 5 of us here for the moment. We're expecting Councilmember O'Connor. I think half a dozen is as good as we're going to get tonight. I believe that Councilmember Davis is out of town on business. So if we could, let's move on to what's coming up in our closed sessions.
Okay, we have closed sessions. You have no request to speak. We have the first conference with litigation has been initiated formally pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, the City versus Santa Monica versus ARB Inc., Los Angeles Superior Court case SC 11923. Then the second one we have litigation has been initiated also, and it's Von Deaton versus City of Santa Monica, Los Angeles Superior Court case number BC 535892. 1C is litigation has been initiated, and it's Reese versus City of Santa Monica, Los Angeles Superior Court number BC 942963. And 1D is a conference with real property negotiator, and the property is 1241 5th Street, and the owner is Alon Roma LLC. And finally, we have conferences anticipated litigation, and there's one case pending.
And I think that sounds worse than it may be, and we may be able to be back here on time. What does the city attorney think? All right, so we're going to shoot to be back here at 6:30 to continue with the meeting. For now, though, we are recessed to closed session. So we're back and ready to move forward with the remainder of our city council meeting for November 24th, 2015. We've just returned from closed session where I, as the mayor, have nothing to report. Does the city attorney have anything for us?
Yes, I do. In the closed session this evening, the council discussed each of the items listed on the closed session agenda, and I have something to report on all three of them. First of all, in the case entitled City of Santa Monica versus ARB, this was litigation that the city brought after the paint started falling off the colored glass panels on the parking structure. So we sued the contractor that was responsible for the panels. And in this case, we're recommending a settlement through a payment to the city of $800,000.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the settlement.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. I see no request for discussion, so we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor McKim?
Yes, so we will take the money by a 6-0 vote. And what else do we have?
Thank you. We also have Denton versus City of Santa Monica. This is a trip and fall that resulted when the plaintiff fell in a gap between a city parkway and a city sidewalk that had been caused by tree roots displacing the sidewalk. When Miss Denton fell in the displacement, she broke her kneecap, a bone in her foot, and injured her back, requiring rather extensive medical treatment. We're recommending settlement in the amount of $118,500.
Move approval of the settlement.
Second.
Once again, moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. Again, no request to discuss it, so we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor McKim?
Yes, so that settlement is approved by a 6-0 vote, unanimous of the council members present.
And the final report I have is on the case entitled Reese versus City of Santa Monica. This is another trip and fall, this one on a different kind of sidewalk displacement. In this case, Ms. Reese broke her left ankle and suffered a concussion. We are recommending settlement in the amount of $21,000.
Move approval of the settlement.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. No request to discuss. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, and again, a unanimous vote. For those wondering why unanimous is 6-0 tonight, Councilmember Davis is out of town on business, so half a dozen is the most we're going to have. I believe that concludes what
It does, Mayor.
done in
Thank you.
closed session, so we'll move on to item 2, special agenda items.
Item 2A is the city manager's report, citywide planning and preparation in anticipation of El Nino weather event, and you have 2 requests to speak.
And we have king tides tonight, but apparently more to come, which the city manager will be telling us about. And then we've never really had requests to speak on an information item like this before, but I guess we'll hear it and see what people have to say. So, City Manager Cole.
Terrific. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council and members of the Santa Monica community. This will be the second of my city manager reports. We are all following the predictions about the weather. We're in the year 3 of an extremely severe drought. That means a couple of things. One, there's a hope that we're going to have some rain this winter to restock the reservoirs that supply California with water. But it also means that should there be significant rains from an El Nino event, which are now increasingly predicted to be coming between January and March, the potential for fairly catastrophic rain events is heightened because it will be falling on ground that is very dry. So we want to acquaint Santa Monica residents with what to look for and how to prepare and what the situation might be. So we have our director of the Office of Emergency Management, Lieutenant Bob Almeida, and Bob is going to brief the community on what we might have to look forward to in an El Nino year. Bob?
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Robert Almada. I'm the Emergency Services Manager with the Office of Emergency Management. And today we'll detail a little bit about citywide planning and preparation efforts anticipation of rainfall that's going to come with our El Nino weather pattern. So, since 1950, we've had 6 significant events, and as you can see, they've varied as far as the amount of rain. Based upon the current forecast, where we're located, with the red circle, means that we're going to get a lot of rain more than likely. We have a high probability. Looking to the next chart, of the 6 significant rainfall events that we had, both 1982-83 and 97-98, seem to be the most likely weather pattern that we'll experience, which again really emphasizes the fact that we're going to get a lot of rain in Southern California and here in Santa Monica. So in response to those forecasts, we as a city have been doing a great amount of planning and preparation of our anticipated greater than normal rainfall. Our first responders are getting outfitted with foul weather gear. Our city facilities are being checked to ensure weatherproofing and that roof drains are cleared of all debris. And our equipment is being maintained to make sure that it's ready in case of any type of emergency that might arise. Specifically, Public Works this fall has conducted comprehensive inspections and cleaning of all of our city storm drains, as well as our facilities. They've paid special attention to the drains in the downtown area, the Main Street area in Montana, and they continue to monitor those areas for any debris flow, any debris that may be building up, to make sure there's no clogging or drain obstructions. They're also ensuring that the debris management equipment is being inspected and ready for deployment if needed in a disaster. For our coastal and pier areas, sand berms can be erected around city facilities, on the beach, if storm surge warnings are issued by the National Weather Service. Pier deck piling reconstruction that started in the 1990s and completed in 2014 has addressed our most vulnerable sections of the pier and should provide protection from any type of storm surge activity that we may see. Additionally, OEM staff and CERT volunteers will be conducting door-to-door outreach in a campaign to educate and inform our coastal residents, our businesses, and our stakeholders about weather-related emergency preparedness. Sandbags, which is on many people's minds. They're now located at each fire station as well as Memorial Park. They have a supply of sandbags and sand that are available for no cost to our residents and our local businesses. They can also be obtained at city yards from Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. If we do exhaust our current supply or our supplies start getting low, we have identified additional vendors to resupply ourselves. Our city staff training is continuing. Additional city staff members are being trained in our emergency operations centers to increase our disaster management resiliency and our capabilities. Additionally, several of our city departments have created department operations centers. And this will expand our ability to respond to disasters. Additionally, our financial staff have completed comprehensive training on cost tracking and cost recovery procedures that are directly related to disaster preparedness and disaster response expenditures. As a side note, if El Nino does become a regional disaster in LA County and costs exceed $14 million, we may be able to start recovering some of the cost of preparation and response to this disaster should it occur. Public communications, as you know, SM Alerts is our city's mass notification system. Police, fire, and OEM supervisors have been trained on when and how to use the system. A comprehensive contact list of coastal residents, businesses, and stakeholders who have opted into the system has been updated and compiled for notification purposes, as well as a public outreach campaign is in progress in cooperation with the school district as part of our I've Got 7 campaign to ensure emergency preparedness for 7 days worth of emergency supplies and signing up for SM Alerts. Additional public outreach that we've been conducting is we partnered with Meals on Wheels West and Southern California Edison to conduct outreach to homebound seniors and others, and we are providing them with emergency kits as well as information on emergency preparedness. And in light with the El Nino events that could be coming our way and the increased rainfall, we've changed the focus of our website to reflect that El Nino focus. We've also created an El Nino preparedness guide, which will help our residents prepare for increased rainfall, both before and during the event. And with that, as always, OEM says, get a kit, have a plan, and stay informed at smotors.net. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
The conclusion of the report at this point.
That is, unless there are questions.
Well, it's certainly reassuring to know that Santa Monica is prepared. I think we have to be. Does the council have any questions?
We have it about covered, Mr. Mayor.
I'm wondering if you have any more props on hand for your last evening presiding over the sickness body. I'm looking forward to it. No, I have a question. You mentioned the availability of sandbags for free, which is great, but I suspect maybe there's people listening or watching who might not know why they would need sandbags. So if you could elaborate on that, it'd be probably helpful.
Certainly. For folks who may have some low-lying spots in their domiciles or their businesses, they can use sandbags to block the doorway so water doesn't run into their residence or into their businesses. It's meant more for to block portals into the structure versus an entire boundary line, shall we say.
So you're not recommending building a big sand wall around
No,
your
we don't
home
have
with-
sandbags to
Yeah.
berms or
Yeah.
walls of that nature. It's really more for blocking doorways and exposed ground level windows, those type of things.
Great, thank you very much.
Well, I see no further questions from the council, so we will go to the public hearing portion of this. And council, we may have to think about how we handle these in the future. We anticipated these would be information reports. There's no vote to come, but we will hear from the public. We'll open the public hearing with Brian Hutchings, followed by People of California. Mr. Hutchings, if you could come forward, please.
Yeah, I've been studying this for a long time. I don't know. When I first started studying it, they actually changed the nomenclature. It used to be called the quasi-biennial southern oscillation, which was about 26 months. I think it's gone chaotic, but I don't really know I didn't catch all the years that it's been the last 6 times in the past, however long it's been. But I did notice that I was wondering if the mound builders in America, if what they were doing was actually catching water somehow. If that was really the ultimate purpose of the mounds. And this kind of like goes in contrast to what I call the Ibero-American gardener syndrome, where the gardener scrapes away all the mulch from the tree. And if you do that, it makes the drought worse, and it also, and controversially, when the rain comes, it makes the absorption of rain. You're going to get washing away your soil instead. So, what I'm really trying to get going is, especially on the roads, because the roads are always producing gravel, like gravel flour from wearing out the road, and that is really a really good fertilizer. Instead of clearing it away, it should be just shoveled up onto the foliage, to the ground next to the road, and that would actually be the best thing. I mean, it seems like it's like I got a 7-day stay away from UCLA today because I was throwing the water out of the trash cans, because you throw ice and water in the trash can, it just takes 8 pounds a gallon to take to the dump, and this is during the drought. Now I don't know if it's a good idea to do that while it's raining, but thank you.
Next speaker is People of California.
Okay. There we go. And here we are. Take a second here. I just wanted to thank the emergency manager for pointing out we have an El Nino. This is an emergency, much like our drought. So the question is, will we drown or die of thirst? I don't know penalties on the notion that we have some emergency, which the governor just declared for another year. I mean, this is like, you could just declare anything if you want to. Along the middle here, this is El Nino. Up along here, this is the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is a warm-cold cycle every 10 years or so. So we have a super El Nino on top of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is means why you got 70-degree temperatures almost over here by San Francisco. I think we will keep moving here. There's several items. I guess I'll just do it this way. There we go. So December here is going to be the warmest month with a 3 or more degree anomaly around the equator.
Thank you. So that concludes the public hearing on item 2A and concludes item 2A. We move on now to our consent calendar tonight.
Mayor?
Sure.
I neglected to make an additional announcement in my city manager's report. I wonder if I could do that now.
Let us then postpone the consent calendar. We'll return to item 2A, and I will trust that whatever you have to add will not be a problem with our already having done the public hearing.
Sure. I just wanted to make an announcement. As you know, when you identified restoring local control of the Santa Monica Airport as one of your top priority strategic goals, I asked for the capacity to take that on full time, and we created a new position called Senior Advisor to the City Manager on Airport Affairs. We had an extensive recruitment. I believe we had more than 60 candidates. We interviewed 5 finalists, all very qualified. And tonight I'm announcing that on Monday, Nelson Hernandez will be our Senior Advisor to the City Manager on Airport Affairs. Nelson is a graduate of UCLA with a Master's in Public Administration from the City University of New York, and a former National Urban Fellow. He's had a distinguished career at both the federal, local, and regional levels of government. He's held senior management positions in 4 federal agencies, including the Departments of Justice, the FDIC, and he was the head of the LA office of the Housing and Urban Development Department. He was most recently Senior Associate Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, a position he was recruited for when that housing agency was set up to oversee the dissolution and re-regulation of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. At the local level, he's a former city manager and community development director, and was Assistant Chief Operating Officer of the City of San Diego. At the regional level, he was in transportation at the Southern California Association of Governments. He's a former transportation commissioner, volunteer transportation commissioner in the city of Whittier, and he is the recipient of the highest award that goes to a civilian employee of the federal government, the Service to America Award in 2003. He brings a wide range of development, community development, policy analysis, and advocacy talents and experience. I think he will make a significant contribution to working with the community and with you and with our city staff at achieving the city's goals.
Wow. Do you think he's qualified? That's a pretty amazing announcement. Thank you for bringing that back, and I'm so glad you made. I'm sure that announcement will be very well received by the community that is so concerned about our taking control of the land that we own at the airport. So with that, we will conclude item 2A and move on to our consent calendar.
The consent calendar, public discussion permitted. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. You have 6 requests to speak.
We do. We usually wait, if we could, Councilmember Penrose, till after we hear from the public to decide to pull things. So let's start our public hearing on our consent calendar with Lawrence Eubank, followed by Denise Martin, and People of California. And if people, when I call your name, could stand and be ready to speak so we can move through the line, we'd appreciate that. Mr. Eubank, you open us up.
Good evening. My remarks paraphrase a letter sent to you from the Santa Monica Transparency Project regarding consent item 3B before you, staff's report and recommendations for a comprehensive ethics code. We request, firstly, that this item be removed from the consent calendar for council and community discussion. And secondly, said discussion wait until findings from recently hired independent attorney John Houston be received, made public, and subsequently studied and incorporated in the new ethics code. In your July 2015 directive to staff, a comprehensive ethics code specifically requires enforcement to, quote, enhance the accountability of our city's government to Santa Monica residents, close quote. The staff product is neither comprehensive, nor did the formulation process include either Santa Monica business owners or resident constituencies. The draft ethics code has no clear enforcement of stated values, nor does it propose specific prohibitions on actions not covered by state or local law. The report omits enforcement of the Oaks Initiative and prohibition against interference with employee hiring and firing. City staff researched City's employee bargaining units edited, and the city's executive team blessed a collective draft. In effect, city employees have written the rules that will govern their actions, and they further recommend that the council give them carte blanche for implementation of their own recommendations. This closed circle is the antithesis of democratic excellence. Further, it is premature. 3 to 4 months from now, Councilor Houston will have investigated, evaluated, reported, and made his recommendations, and we must await results of these efforts. Any ethics code action now would be counterproductive and presumptively prejudge the independent attorney's report or its public consideration in spring of next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next request to speak was from Denise Barton. Oh, she's here. Good evening.
Good evening. What, the West Side Impact Project isn't performing the sales to minor operations and deterrents anymore? If so, my next question would be, is $10,800 really going to be enough, considering it's being done on police overtime pay? Or would this be another example of you lowballing costs? And would the $10,800 we put into the specified account be a match? But the big question is, why are the residents responsible for the enlarged water main replacement for all the new development? Why aren't the developers responsible for it? And how does that show water neutrality? And of course, the downtown specifics plans, EIR needs more work to make the total almost $1 million. Why are the residents responsible for this cost when downtown Santa Monica Inc. has a budget exceeding $7 million? Finally, your code of ethics. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to correct the problem of telling the truth the city and its officials seem to have. Now they can just hide behind the ethics code. Thank you.
Next speaker is People of California, followed by Jerry Rubin and Zena Josephs. I don't see People of California. Oh, he's behind the table. Okay.
There we go. Okay. Okay, so we have our council ethics question, and I think it is much too big to be decided in a consent calendar. At the very least, it should be moved to the main body, but in fact, I think this is something that should be tabled since the proposal is insufficient. As we heard, there was the question of why the developers aren't paying for the upscaling, not the simple replacement of the water system we see here. This is what's required when you pack a bunch more people in. And the numbers don't work, by the way. And a 1.2 gallon toilet may get flushed twice. So now it's a 2.4 gallon toilet. So that's going in the wrong direction. You see how that works? So I think you guys are bass backwards, as they say, in that respect, yet again. And I would say that with regards to the ethics, Marcia, when you spoke to a sort of a straw man question, a bastardizing and rephrasing of what I had suggested a long time ago in our planning discussion and our water discussion, I think it was with the penalties, I suggested that there be a fee placed per room on new development, overdevelopment as you do it, so that you can pay for the extra water capacity which you're forcing to residents who don't want to pay for it. And you said that that could subject us to legal liability, which of course everything you do could subject you since the law is so unclear. So I felt that was unclear when you said that, and less than full service to the council, because of course they need to know that they could be sued for what they're doing right now. And I will leave it at, well, do I have 2 minutes? I can see a number.
You had requested 2 on this item.
And where am I at? Okay,
23
so
seconds.
anyway, and of course there is always the question up here, where is that hand? It looks like Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy. So ethics-wise, maybe some people should recuse themselves for these votes about, the Houston work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jerry Rubin. Mr. Rubin, you've asked for 1 minute on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor McKeown. Council members, first, wish everybody happy Thanksgiving to all the council members, city staff, residents, everybody that works here, and all our visitors in this great city. I want to speak about 3C, the visioning for the 4th and Colorado Expo Light Rail. And really appreciate that that's coming and the good work that Blue Bus is doing for everybody in the city. I want to urge everyone to, in the next few months, to really start thinking about ways they could plan to get out of their car a little bit more and you start using some form of alternative transportation. And I want to pitch again for that 100-foot blank wall there to become some sort of public mural, an exceptional mural that'll have a transportation, environmental, or some other kind of thing, whatever the process is. I just think it would look good and really be something the city would be proud of, rather than just a blank wall. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zena Josephs, and she'll be followed by Michael Toney. If Mr. Toney could get up and be ready.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of Lawrence Eubanks's comments on Agenda Item 3B, and I'd like to share the final paragraph of a letter you received from the Santa Monica Transparency Project. The staff recommended action is for the council to give direction to staff to proceed with implementation of the code and related policies. Enforcement of the code of ethics would be by a, quote, project team that would include staff from the city manager's office, the human resources department, and the city attorney's office, end quote. Enforcement is referenced in various parts of the city charter, for instance, the Oaks Initiative, the municipal code regarding employee misconduct, California laws, city administrative instructions, and grievance process. The proposed ethics code is presented as a values-based ethics code. California cities with values-based ethics codes have an ethics commission to enforce their standards of conduct, since the laws only apply to some of the standards. The staff report omits discussion of any solutions to the ongoing need for investigation and possible enforcement of city charter provisions, for example, the Oaks Initiative and the prohibition against interference with employee hiring and firing. The question of who enforces violations of council members is left open, as well as violations by supervisors reported by employee whistleblowers. The independent attorney's review, which is just beginning, should bear on at least some of these issues, and it would be odd to prejudge it by adopting an ethics code before he reports back in about 3 or 4 months. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker on the consent calendar is Michael Toney. Good evening.
Yes, on the ethics code, we've been through this a few times here, so I don't think there comes a point when you just get ready to follow through with the deliberations you had made, etc. I had the feeling that you were pretty well on track. And what does it say here? The Political Reform Act and the Government Code Section 1090 regulate financial conflicts of interest. These two laws prohibit actual conflicts and the appearance of such conflicts, even when you're not sitting at in council, which is fairly strong. But in terms of the analysis of that and how to deal with it, I think that Marsha Mutri, your attorney, has stated that that there are certain restrictions on making people have difficulties in getting hired later on after, after they quit working for the city, or even while they are working for the city, that maybe that they have the expertise, etc., to do something that a corporation would like, and they understand the laws relating to this, that they, as a person knowing, having done the footwork, etc., and fleet on their feet more than anybody else would be, then there's a difficulty there. So, yeah, I think that Marsha had talked about this prior. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes the public hearing on the consent calendar and puts it before the council. The first thing first will be asked if any of the council members want to pull any of the items from the consent calendar. Councilmember Himmelrich.
I'd like to pull item 3B.
All right, 3B has been pulled. Are there any others? And if not, I would entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar.
I move that we adopt items 3A through 3I, with the exception of 3B.
Second.
I need to jump in here. There was an amendment to the minutes, which is item 3I, and it was just clarification on a discussion that happened.
And I will amend my motion to include the amended minutes.
Okay.
I think we all received a copy of that, and it's available to the public if anybody wants to see what that amendment was. So we have a motion for everything on the consent calendar except for item 3B, made by Councilmember Winter, and I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich?
O'Connor.
Councilmember O'Connor, okay. So Winter, O'Connor. We'll do a roll call vote then on those parts of the consent calendar.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so the consent calendar, with the exception of item 3B, is passed by unanimous vote of the City Council, 6-0. That will bring up item 3B, which Councilmember Himmelrich, you had requested be pulled. And I just want to note that there had been a supplemental staff report issued on that, and I think that Ms. Noble is going to share with us some of that additional information. Hi.
Hi, thank you. Danielle Noble, Deputy City Manager. Yes, we do have a supplemental staff report that we released yesterday. At this point, we're asking that the council adopt the values-based code of ethics, which would be applicable to staff only at this point, and direct staff to implement the code of ethics within the organization. This would be the first step in developing the comprehensive code of ethics that you've asked for. We're not presenting all of the administrative and enforcement actions at this time. We are asking for your feedback on the values and the direction to move forward with the actions we would need to take internally to make this a robust program for staff, which would include working on our administrative instructions, modifying the ones that we have, creating new ones, creating new procedures, creating reporting mechanisms, including a tip hotline, offering training and other resources. We do have existing administrative instructions that cover a number of the issues that I know are of interest to people, including conflicts of interest and disclosure requirements, nepotism, employee political activity, and whistleblower protections. We do handle investigations internally, and we would continue to do so if there were alleged ethical violations. We know that this program will evolve over time, and we look forward to your feedback. We would return to the council with additional recommendations, including things that come up out of the independent advisor's review of council manager best practices.
Well, thank you. I think that the clarification that this is intended as a limited, partial, and interim action is an important clarification, hearing the concerns from the public. But it was you, Councilmember Himmelrich, who pulled it for discussion. So what did you wish to discuss?
Well, so my real question is, if this is limited to staff and there are already administrative instructions, and I don't know what they are, in place, and this is something that, as I understand our interface with staff, that the city manager could implement without us, why are we voting on this?
We felt that it was important to come back to the council with the values. We know that this is a statement for the organization, and it's an important statement, and we felt that it would be inappropriate to move forward with a set of values that the council did not have the opportunity to weigh in on.
And as I understand this, this is not an ordinance, is that it's not a law, it's a set of values that we're saying we endorse. It's not exclusive. It simply is a set of values that the employees have looked at and want us to endorse. Is that right?
Correct.
Could I expand on that, Councilmember?
Sure.
So I think the word simply, and I understand you're using it grammatically to mean that it's not something else, but I would like to respond that in my 30 years of public service, I've dealt with state law, local law regarding appropriate behavior across a wide range of issues, from sexual harassment to discrimination and across the board. And the most important foundation for that is the character of the organizational culture. The reality is that any organization bigger than a family, by the nature of things, people have a tendency to conform to the organizational values that are espoused and practiced, most of all practiced in the organization. That if you set high standards, the vast majority of people will conform to those standards. If you set low standards, over time, more and more people will treat those as a floor, and you open yourselves up to people justifying more and more questionable behavior. We know that different local governments have different organizational cultures. And this is really part of something that is deeply embedded in the DNA of this organization, that it's a learning organization. And this council established the Santa Monica Institute. It is state-of-the-art in terms of internal staff development. You recently approved in your budget update at the new fiscal year additional resources that we plowed back from last year's savings into creating this. So if we have your blessing tonight, we want to move forward on strengthening at every level when people are hired, when people are go to their orientation, as they're onboarded during their probationary period, and periodically in ways that are formal and informal, reinforcing these values as part of the DNA of the organization. And it does come organically from the highest aspirations of what we stand for as an organization. But by codifying them and having your endorsement and having the city manager and the department heads and the unions all espousing, all sort of on the same page, we think that's the best way to strengthen an overall ethic of ethical behavior in everything we do every day that we work. That is not a substitute for more formal mechanisms for addressing lapses in behavior. And we agree with those who've said we need to take a look at that through the independent review process. That, as you know, the council's behind that, I am behind that, and we're looking forward to that report coming forward. When that report comes forward, we can address what the shape of a more formal process might take, whether that's an ethics code, whether that's an ethics commission, enforcement by any number of other mechanisms. That's the next stage, but this is really about the foundation of crystallizing who we are as an organization, about the character of our organizational culture. And I don't think there's anything more important to establish than that expectation that every day we believe in doing the right thing.
Now, Councilmember Himmelrich, you still have the floor, but the city attorney would like to add to what the city manager just said. Is that okay?
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in behind the city manager, agreeing with everything he said, but I also wanted to point out that there could also be an immediate overlap with existing law. We have a civil service system, as you know, here, and the vast majority of city employees are in the civil service system. Our municipal code provides bases for disciplining persons in the civil service in the city, and one of the bases for discipline is the employee engaging in conduct unbecoming. I think that espousing in writing our values is a way to help persons responsible for discipline in the city formulate in their minds what constitutes conduct unbecoming, which is a little nebulous if you don't define it with a set of values. So I think it has, besides laying the groundwork for the kind of effort that the manager has described, I think it has immediate practical value in terms of holding employees accountable.
So, Councilmember Himmelrich, staff has defined this as just a step, but a step forward. Is that?
Yes, and I just want to say that I have studied this a lot, and I do understand that the training you're talking about and the sorts of education are really, and beginning with it when somebody first comes on, when somebody first applies, and making it an integral part of employment here is really significant and should start as soon as possible. And on that note, and understanding that this is a first step and not a last step, I'll move item 3B.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Does anybody wish to comment further on this item? If not, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so that passes unanimously, 6-0 at the City Council. I noted that the city manager talked about the culture of any organization larger than a family. I think that this week we may be rediscovering the organizational culture of our families, and we may all wish we had these guidelines on Thursday. So glad we've done this. That'll move us on to our study session.
Could I add one more thing? Sure. A couple of good suggestions have come through the public dialogue, and we always keep our ears open. There are things that we probably either have done, should do, or would be happy to do, but I want to assure people making clear that we have a tip hotline, I think is a sensible step forward. It's a cost-effective way. It's a way of giving people an anonymous way to report any suspicions they might have of inappropriate behavior. You know, the headline today in the newspaper about a sister agency of ours indicates that, you know, in any organization there's the potential for law breaking, and getting to the bottom of that is crucial. Secondly, in all of what we're talking about, I think we're going to emphasize all of the legal protections that come with being a whistleblower. That's something that we might take for granted, but someone who is a motor coach operator or an assistant accountant or you know, someone in the organization who might feel vulnerable about stepping forward about concerns about ethical behavior, we will make sure that all the legal protections that are afforded such a person to protect them and to protect the taxpayer will be part and parcel of how we roll this out. I want to emphasize, however, that this is a positive effort, as you just did, Councilmember. We appreciate it. This is an effort not to start on the foot of we're expecting wrongdoing and we're here to be punitive, but we're expecting people to uphold the highest ideals of public service. That's what we're going to be accentuating, and that's what we're going to be enforcing.
Well, thank you very much. And the city manager also characterized us as a learning organization. And in fact, we have tonight 2 study sessions, so we'll go to study hall now and call item 4A.
Item 4A is review and discussion of preliminary concept designs for the Lincoln Neighborhood Corridor Plan, and you have 7 requests to speak.
Well, thank you. And again, because it's a study session, we won't be making a final decision tonight. We will perhaps be giving some additional direction to staff based on the staff report. And I know, Mr. James, you have conducted some of the public workshops on this and probably have quite a bit to tell us. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Peter James, Special Projects, Planning and Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about a little project that we've been doing on Lincoln Boulevard for the past 14 months. I have been told to keep my comments brief tonight. The clock starts. I just wanted to point out some of the folks in the audience that have spent a lot of time working with city staff and the project team. This is the Lincoln Boulevard Task Force. Roger Swanson, Zena Josephs, Dolly Sloan in the back, as well as our consultants Tim Rude from CDNA, Mike Myers from ITERIS, and our own staff, Michelle Glickert. So just wanted to give people credit where credit is due. And tonight we're going to walk you through some of the high-level concepts that have emerged from this unique project. And we have a couple of questions that we'd like to pose to the council this evening that will help us move the project forward. We'll touch briefly on some of the ideas we have for funding the implementation, and then talk a little bit about the next phase, the next final phase of the project. So just to set the context for the LINK project, what we're talking about here is a little over a mile of roadway. It's a mile of roadway that cuts across 3 of our neighborhoods, Ocean Park, Sunset Park, Pico. It's home to about 150 local small businesses, 2 high schools, and on a really busy day it can carry loads of over 50,000 cars. So when we talk about making changes to the roadway or to the public realm, we're talking about affecting a lot of people. The Luce vision. The Luce had a fairly straightforward vision for Lincoln Boulevard. It talked about enhancing the aesthetic qualities, talked about increasing the transit capacity, the throughput of vehicles, and it really touched on the pedestrian environment, activating it through street furniture, streetscape improvements, as well as some small transitions in land uses to better serve the neighborhoods. And that's part and parcel with what we've heard from the community over the past couple of years. Lincoln's earned a bit of a bad reputation for being noisy or trafficky, smelly, a little bit messy. The sticker on the bottom right of the screen, AWOL, was the mantra for the Ocean Park Association for many years. It stands for Always West of Lincoln. So it was really, and it continues to be in many ways, a dividing line between Sunset Park, Ocean Park, and Pico. And we'd hope to maybe move that line to Centinela, perhaps, see what we can do. But despite a lot of the criticisms of Lincoln, our observation from having been out there for the past 14 months is a bit more optimistic. We've noted that there's about less than a 5% vacancy. And a lot of the shops are small businesses. They're not chains. So there's a real vibrancy that's happening there. It's just not happening in an obvious way as it is in some of our other retail districts. So when we were approached to do this project last year, we knew that it would probably take a bit more than a streetscape to activate Lincoln. And we began thinking of it in a more holistic way and really kind of a unique way for dealing with a street. We know there's physical interventions we need to make, crosswalks. The community's been asking for medians. We know we also need to address the programmatic, the way that it works, the ridership, the transit speed, the capacity, the throughput of vehicles. But there's also that ephemeral quality, that the glue that holds it together, the experience of being on Lincoln, and that's largely driven by the public realm, by the quality of the storefronts, the furniture on the sidewalks. So we put it all together in a neat little package, and tonight we're going to tell you a little bit about what we found. Our outreach has reached across the aisle, the table, the street, through collaboration with our task force. We have meetings quite frequently. They're invited to our staff charrettes. We've held a number of workshops, public meetings before the Planning Commission, ARB, the Chamber of Commerce, Urban Forest Task Force. We've taken the conversation online. So we use a MindMixer site to query the community about design concepts, preferences for certain aspects of roadway design, and we can share those statistics with you. We've reached out to the property owners and the businesses because tonight we'll be talking about the possible formation of a business assessment district or a property-based assessment district, a bid for Lincoln. And so our outreach to the businesses has been fairly robust. Social media, Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff. And recently we've been conducting a program with the local youth. Really the local youth, especially the high school students, are the folks that are walking up and down the street the most frequently. So they have shared with us a lot of their information and have some great ideas. All of that outreach has produced a fairly enormous set of priorities. We've tried to highlight a few of them here today, and I've broken them into categories. So starting on the left, in the streetscape category, the idea of breaking down the expanse of asphalt using medians and trees, creating more crossing opportunities across the boulevard. There's certain areas on Lincoln that have a 1,300-foot, quarter-mile gap between crossings, which is really unacceptable. And then bringing in pedestrian lighting, street furniture, trees, to make this vibrant both during the day and during the night. In the transportation category, the peak hour, peak directional bus lanes have been the topic of conversation, as have bicycle connections both along the corridor and across. And in the business improvement section, the highlights tend to gravitate towards the adaptive reuse of buildings, recognizing that development potential in Lincoln is very challenged by the small parcels and the irregular network of alleys. So we've been focusing with the community on facade improvements, on small, low cost, low process placemaking opportunities, and the opportunities for public art. Here's the big vision, and then I'm going to dive into some of the priority areas that we need your help with this evening. So we are talking about landscape medians on Lincoln Boulevard. We're talking about 3 new crosswalks at Grant, Pine, and Pier/Wilson. Those are offset intersections. up to 150 new pedestrian lights that would be LED. In fact, we would consider changing the entire circuitry of the boulevard so that all of the lights, both the auto-oriented and the pedestrian-oriented, are low voltage, as well as bringing in cohesive street furniture, places to sit down, places to throw your trash. We'll coordinate with the city wayfinding program, and tonight I'll talk a little bit about some placemaking opportunities. We're looking at up to 16 curb extensions. 9 of those are on side streets that can create nice little neighborhood gateways, places for public art, stormwater capture. 7 of them potentially could be on Lincoln Boulevard, but only north of Pico, as we want to preserve the space for a dedicated bus lane. And the bus takes a left at Pico. So that's the area where we can affect that. We've been looking at a lot of bicycle facilities, from the very small bike racks up to bike corrals to full-blown connectors across Lincoln Boulevard, the dedicated bus lane, and a lot of ideas about business improvement and adaptive reuse. So just to bring this into focus and ask the questions right off the bat before we dive into the content, with respect to the landscape medians, what is council's preference? We've proposed 2 alternatives for medians. We did traffic study on the big one. In 2005, the council supported a peak hour, peak directional dedicated bus lane and even passed an ordinance to restrict parking on both sides of the street during operational hours. Does the 2015 council support a dedicated bus lane, given the information that we've been able to glean from our recent study? And with respect to business improvement and adaptive reuse, generally cleaning up the boulevard, is there an appetite for small incentive programs to stimulate reinvestment? So diving right in on the subject of medians. At our very first design exercise with respect to medians looked at where we could place them and do no harm. So these are in places where we place medians in the center turn lane, first of all. There's a 10-foot center turn lane, also known as the suicide lane. And there were areas along the boulevard where we could place these medians that would not restrict any turning movements onto side streets or restrict any turning movements onto private driveways. And when we laid that out, we found that we could really only affect about 1,000 linear feet along a project area that's approximately 7,200 linear feet. So it wasn't a tremendous visual impact. So we revisited our design logic and we asked ourselves, are there certain areas where turning movement characteristics onto side streets are so low that we may be able to extend a median across? Are there areas where there's problems with cut-through traffic that we can solve with a median that goes across? What about driveways? We looked all up and down the boulevard extensively. Some properties have 5 driveways, either fronting onto Lincoln Boulevard or 2 on a side street and 3 on the boulevard. Is 5 driveways what everybody needs, or could we pull a median across one of those 5 driveways? And when we applied that logic to the streetscape, we found that we could double the length of medians at about 2,000 feet. So we took that to the commissions and the boards, and everybody in the community, everybody indicated a preference for the maximum median solution. And so that's what we studied in our traffic study. And it came back to show no impacts to the level of service along Lincoln Boulevard. We ran it for today, for 2025, and for 2030, given the inputs from the traffic model, anticipating some changes to mode shifts, some changes to the land use pattern, but no impacts. And in fact, on the side streets where we had shown some issues, we showed improvements to the level of service. So that's a very interesting takeaway from the analysis. The bus lanes. So as I mentioned, 2005, the then council passed an ordinance to restrict parking to create the bus lane, but the city didn't have title to the street. The Caltrans owned the street in 2012. In 2012, when we received title to the street, the city took on an effort to do a new striping plan for Lincoln Boulevard, and they included a 12-foot lane in the parking lane that might accommodate a dedicated bus lane. The city hit the pause button in the 11th hour due to the concerns of a few local businesses that were concerned about impacts to their parking, because the program contemplates that in the northbound direction, buses will occupy the parking lane during peak hours in the AM from about 7 to 9:30. No parking would be restricted on that side. And in the PM, parking would be restricted on the west side of the street from approximately 4 to 6:30 or 7. So the Link took on a reevaluation of the dedicated bus lane program. We looked comprehensively across the nation, cities that had adopted curbside bus lanes, center bus lanes. We looked at all the different configurations. We also looked at 2 years of smart meter parking to understand the utilization patterns of Lincoln Boulevard. How were people using this parking? Were people actually parking at 7 a.m. on Lincoln Boulevard? And happy to share those numbers with you in more detail later. But just the high level information is that very few people are parking during these times. In the other 20 hours of the day, the bus lane moves back into mixed flow with other cars, and that 12-foot parking lane just becomes a 12-foot parking lane, which actually leaves about 5 feet for bikes to move up and down the corridor. And I'm sure there'll be more discussion about that later. Talking about time travel savings, looking at a point A to point B situation on a normal day in a car or in a bus, it's going to take you about 14 or 15 minutes to get essentially from Whole Foods to the 10 freeway. If we implement a dedicated bus lane and you're lucky enough to be on that bus, those time travel savings amount to quite a lot, about 10 to 13 minutes in time travel savings. So you can get from point A to point B in anywhere between 2 and 5 minutes, depending on the speed of traffic. It also equates to operational savings to the Big Blue Bus on the order of magnitude of about $300,000 a year. And this is the money that is saved by not idling in traffic, burning gas. More buses, more money can equate to more buses, which can equate to more ridership. And at a planning commission meeting about a month and a half ago, Tim McCormick said that he anticipated something on the order of about 10% increase in ridership per year during the life of the bus lane. And I should also mention that fewer buses in traffic may actually help traffic move more quickly.
Mr.
Okay.
James, if we could move forward to give the council time to react.
Should I wrap it up?
That'd be nice.
All right. Let me see if I can just sum this up for you. So we've also looked at adaptive, a model that people are using these days. If you can see this diagram, this is a very typical scenario here on Lincoln Boulevard, a regular shaped lot, 20-foot minimum, 48 feet wide. This is a place where there's not a tremendous amount of redevelopment happening, but there's a lot of retailers, a lot of new vibrancy coming in, at least on the Venice end, that appreciate the vintage quality of Lincoln. So we've developed an improvement inventory that really is nothing more than looking at coats of paint, signage, things that can help these businesses transition or at least age in place. And this brings up one of the key questions for the council, the incentive programs. We feel that there's a bit of a stagnation on Lincoln Boulevard right now that could be really stimulated by exempting certain permit types from fees. I'm talking something of very small, staff level ARB approval, or perhaps pairing that with some type of matching grant program where the city could put up a small amount of money and have that matched by private investment. There's been a lot of activity pulling together a business improvement district, almost there, and I think we have 1 or 2 speakers here to talk about that tonight. That process is going well, and I think I will just leave that here unless you'd like to see what we can do now.
Well, one of the difficult balance we find ourselves in between wanting to have enough time to hear from the public and make decisions and wanting to hear what you have to offer us, because some of the council have been to the workshops you've conducted, and I just want to commend you and staff on the depth of how you've looked into this and how you've coordinated the different interests and tried to give us choices that will make sense if we have the political will. And council, I think that's what we're being asked tonight, is to demonstrate whether we have the political will to move forward with some of what is being proposed. So let us start with questions for staff. Councilmember Himmelrich, you're first.
Thank you. And I really just have a couple. My first one is, so when you talk about the curb extension, those are the bulb outs like we put on Michigan Avenue?
That's correct.
How effective have they been on Michigan Avenue, those bulb outs?
Michelle, can you speak to that? Effective in
anything.
I believe what you're referring to are the traffic circles, and I don't think the traffic circles have been proposed.
No,
here.
I'm talking about the
just
curb
bulb,
extensions.
Just a curb
bulb
extension.
outs, yeah.
When you say Michigan Avenue, you mean part of the Greenway, or
We've done those all over the city.
Yes,
so.
we have. And what I wonder is whether it won't slow things down, and what I don't understand is how it's going to add.
Okay, so there's two kinds of curb extensions contemplated in this plan. There are curb extensions on side streets at the mouth of Lincoln Boulevard, and those couple of benefits. They would shorten the crossing distance across the street. Many of them are located in catchment areas for watersheds, so we could use that additional space to infiltrate stormwater, which actually is a mandate, state mandate of the project. Opportunity for enhanced landscaping, public art, essentially neighborhood gateways there. On Lincoln Boulevard, we've looked at spaces north of Pico to the 10 freeway, because that's the only space available if we wish as a city to have a dedicated bus facility. We've looked at red curb space. That is not occupied by a parking space. It doesn't interfere with the travel lane. And these are just areas where we can bulb out into that space to create just a little bit more breathing room between the pedestrian and traffic. And those are also areas where we might be able to accomplish some of the other goals. I should also mention that included in curb extensions, for example, would be Barry and I struggled to come up with a politically appropriate term for this, but it would be a bit of a remediation of certain roadway geometries that we currently have. So, for example, if you take a look at...
Don't worry about it. Just say it in words.
Okay.
I bet I can get it.
Does this work, Denise? If you take a look at the intersection of Olympic and Lincoln, right at the on-ramp, that's not it. There is a bit of a no man's land effect created by...
I get it. There are two lanes going, right? So one lane on the on-ramp, part of it goes to the 10 and the other part goes to 11th
Right.
Street.
This
Take
is a
it all
case
the
where
time.
a picture really speaks 1,000 words. Okay, here goes Denise. So, okay, yeah, except now I've lost it on my screen. Let's
go back to it, okay? I have another question.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry about it.
So we can correct some of the roadway geometry right now that creates a lot of confusion for pedestrians, especially in this location. We can really shorten the crossing distance for kids that may be traveling to school or for just the casual pedestrian. It also creates a really nice transition to the freeway bridge, which of course is the gateway to our downtown. So curb extensions take on many forms.
Okay, thank you. The small business waivers you were talking about before, what kind of small businesses are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about fee waivers for small permit types. I think because predominantly Lincoln Boulevard is populated by small businesses.
Such as what? I'm sorry, I just want to know what you have in mind.
Well, there's any number of small restaurants. There's upholstery shops. There's the bait shop. There's a lot of shops that I think sort of struggle to maintain relevance, and a lot of that, as we've seen demonstrated on the Venice side, can be greatly remediated with just a coat of paint or some landscaping or correcting signage that is perpetually violating code.
Okay, and that leads me to my following question, which sort of dovetails with the Business Improvement District, which is, have you thought about how much this program will accelerate the gentrification of Lincoln Boulevard?
The Link project or the Business Improvement District?
Both.
Well, yes, of course we've thought about that. I live in Venice. I've experienced it from the Superba phenomenon. I don't think the Business Improvement District necessarily has the same force of influence as the rapid gentrification that's happening in Venice, which I think is a product of more than just a couple of businesses locating. There's a clustering effect. There's Abbot Kinney, a lot of businesses being forced out of there. There's increasing demand for housing in the marina. So the Business Improvement District, as currently structured in our thought process anyway, is meant to be property-based, which means that the assessment would be borne by the owner. And the owner may pass those costs on to the tenant, but the program that everyone in that committee is angling for is a clean, beautiful, and green program to help power wash the sidewalks, to provide some level of marketing and corridor identity. It's not a wholesale change. It's just addressing some gaps between services that is really not on the city's shoulders to bear themselves.
Thank you.
Councilmember Winter, I've seen you at some of the workshops. What questions do you have?
So, just two questions. I'm very keen on this median idea, but I noticed in your staff report that back in August you met with representatives of the city of Los Angeles about making Lincoln a transit-enhanced street in their domain as well as ours. And there was discussion about long-range planning for a center bus lane and possibly even beyond that to make that light rail in the middle of the road. So I guess that my question to you is, how far off is that? I mean, I'm just a little leery of making a significant capital investments in the medians and then ripping them up 3 years later and we decide the center bus lane is a good idea.
Right. That's a great question. I'm glad you brought it up. Yes, we did. We met with representatives from LADOT as well as CD11 back in August to talk about the Santa Monica version of the bus lane. And LADOT brought with them two engineers that had two competing bus lane programs. One was identical to Santa Monica's that went as far as Venice. It's a curbside program. And at Venice, there's a pinch point. There are some utilities in the roadway that they would have to resolve before they could move on to Washington. The other engineer in the room had what I would call a long-range plan. I would also call it an engineer's plan because it really didn't contemplate urban design or placemaking. It was fairly focused on throughput for passengers. And so that plan eliminated all left turn movements from the airport to Venice Boulevard, a gigantic facility in the middle of the roadway. Something that our Big Blue Bus staff helped us sort of soften in terms of the conflict between our two plans was the notion that buses have the ability to move from lane to lane. So if the 2035 vision, which is that center running bus lane, were ever to come to fruition, then a bus could very easily transition to a curbside scenario in Santa Monica. But our sense leaving the meeting, even though nobody voted on anything, was that that center running bus lane was so far out there in the future, they hadn't done any research or outreach on it, that Santa Monica's decision would likely influence which direction LA went in the future.
That would be great. Just keeping in mind the obstacles we have with conflicting bike share plans, for instance, so that I want to bear that in mind. And then my next question, of course, is about bicycles. And I was intrigued when you showed we're expanding, if we put in the bus lanes, we expand the real estate that's currently being used from parking by a number of feet, correct? So are you contemplating putting in a buffered bike lane of some sort when that lane is only used for parking, or just saying there'd be room for bikes?
I think I would characterize it as a de facto area for bicycles.
What if, I mean, the medians now are as proposed 10 feet wide, or what if we took a foot off at each end? Would adding a foot create the opportunity for a buffered bike lane?
The conflict becomes inherent when we try to design our left turn lanes. By narrowing the dimension of the cross section across the two travel lanes to accommodate an additional foot in the parking/bus lane, we lose the ability to make left turns because our left turn lane becomes something on the order of 8 or 9 feet.
I just wanted to add that we, because they would be bus-only lanes, we can't actually stripe. You know, our buffers today might have a dash, or so it's really just making them wider is the opportunity. And as he said, then that kind of takes away from those left turn pockets.
Because, I just do hear a lot about how great it'd be able to bike safely on Lincoln and get people off of biking on the sidewalks in Lincoln, and clearly we want to enhance the pedestrian experience, and the two don't always work in a complementary fashion. What about allowing bicycles to ride in the bus-only lanes when those hours are operating? Is that something we can contemplate, or is that fraught with peril?
I think it's something that we can contemplate with the help of our city attorney.
Our city attorney is enormously fond of peril, you may have noticed over the years.
Well, I think Marcia will probably chime in. Our understanding currently how the city interprets the bus-only lane is that the bikes do not belong in that space. Priority is given to the transit facility.
So are we essentially just saying we're relegating the north-south bike traffic to the bike path on 11th Street, for instance?
Or 4th Street.
Yeah, 4th Street.
Right.
Yeah.
Parallel, yes.
Parallel, and although I didn't get into detail here in the presentation, we are looking at making robust connections at Pearl and Ashland, which are the designated facilities.
Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Just a couple of quick questions. One is a follow-up to what my colleagues were talking about, especially Councilmember Ted Winter on the center lane for the buses. If we decide to, I guess, even though I guess we may not have the connection what you said, like with LA, especially on the north side or the south side, I should say, of Lincoln. What would happen if we did take the bus all the way to the city limits? What would happen at the end of that?
Are you talking about crossing the freeway bridge and going to?
No, if we went all the way to Venice, I'm thinking the Venice line.
Oh, well,
south, yeah.
So I think it just becomes a matter of adding more minutes to our time travel savings. Right now, our time travel savings are anywhere between 10 and 13 minutes from the freeway to Ozone. If we could extend that by another 1.5 miles, we may save another 5 minutes. Our bus lane study looked at extending it all the way to the Green Line station.
That would be great.
And that showed some savings of 25 minutes per passenger. And I did a little math on this. If you add up just the 10 to 15 minutes in Santa Monica, given the 6,000 to 9,000 riders that are on that bus every single day, that adds up to 111 days every day in time travel savings for all those passengers. So a little bit goes a long way.
No, I think it'd be great. Going on the furnishings, when you talked about the new lighting system, doing the street as well as the pedestrian side of the whole strip. I didn't see anywhere in here, but it may be in here. Were you looking to put any kind of routers in there for the Wi-Fi system, and those, especially the pedestrian side?
I believe the routers are typically located in the traffic signals.
Oh, really?
I believe so. Is there anybody here that can correct me if I'm wrong? I think that's true.
Because I know in other cities they actually put them in the streetlights. That's how I was.
Huh.
Yeah, the routers where you can tap into them.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming we're incorporating those into these new furnishings as we're moving forward?
I believe they might already be there, actually. Yeah.
No, but we don't have the small lights now, right?
No, we don't have the small pedestrian lights. We only have overhead vehicular lights that are about 30 feet tall. So when we talk about street lights here, we're talking about lights that are about 13 feet tall that shine over onto the sidewalk. We'd also bring in a little arm on the auto lights that we can direct to the sidewalk as well, so we'd have a very consistent pattern. But the Wi-Fi would if it's not already there, it would be installed in the 7 traffic signals that direct traffic along Lincoln.
All the way down the street.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember O'Day.
That 110 days is pretty amazing. I remarked it sometimes Tuesday alone feels like it is 110 days long.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you 2 questions about 2 things I didn't hear about, probably because they're in the too hard file. One is billboards, and the other is electrical wires.
Okay. Billboards are not legal in Santa Monica. Pole signs have been a big problem. Something that Roger and I have been working on for over a year and a half. There's a very long history, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it either now or later in more detail. But we have been effective, and Roger can back me up, in removing some of the non-protected pole signs across the boulevard over the past year. In fact, this project has helped code enforcement kind of do a sweep, and Roger may report a little bit later that without tremendous city intervention, without an incentive program, without a streetscape, the quality of the environment really has cleaned up a lot in the past year. And that's due to Roger and his team of volunteers. Now, on electrical, are you talking about overhead wiring? Those are underground now, so we don't have that. If you ever approach Santa Monica from the Venice side, right when you get to La Playita, they just go away. I can show you.
I saw them in some of the pictures.
I showed a picture of Venice, which is probably why you saw that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So our part of Lincoln is already better than their part of Lincoln.
Right. So this is a grainy photo, but where are the power lines?
So we will surely have more questions and comments for staff once we've heard from the public, but it would be a good time, I think, to open the public hearing. We have 7 people who want to talk to us. I'll call 3 names at a time and ask you to come forward and be ready. Jerry Rubin, Roger Swanson, and People of California. You'll be our first 3 speakers on this study session on Lincoln Boulevard. And by the way, the City Council of Santa Monica welcomes our listeners on KCRW. If you're wondering what we're doing, this is a study session to look at some things we might do with Lincoln Boulevard here in Santa Monica. Mr. Rubin.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mayor McKeown, council members. First, I want to thank everybody working on this, all of the volunteers and the city staff. I support the bus lanes, whatever could work out and be feasible and maximize benefits for the bus riders and bikes would be great. I support a business improvement district. It worked in the downtown district pretty good. This is a perfect location. Should do it as soon as possible. I actually support more creative uses for the surface parking at the big area there at Lincoln Boulevard and Ocean Park Boulevard. I know neighbors have concerns about development there, but there has to be some way to do something that's not just the surface parking, just like at our Civic Center or anywhere. And we should be doing that as soon as possible, things that would benefit the community, including parking, underground parking. I support more trees naturally, landscaping, that's going to always beautify Lincoln. More public art, the group Beautify Earth is doing a great job, and I hope all the businesses will be open to that kind of stuff. It really, really speaks to what Santa Monica is about. And naturally, many in the community are supporting saving the Muir Woods mural at the corner of Lincoln and Ocean Park Boulevard. It's a great place to have it right after Ocean Park Boulevard was greened and environmentally enhanced in that way.
Thank you.
And thank you very, very much for all your work.
Next speaker is Roger Swanson. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen, members of the council and staff. My name is Roger Swanson. I'm an Ocean Park resident. I'm on the OPA board, and I'm also the chair of the Lincoln Boulevard Task Force. The task force began about 4 years ago in Nina Fresco's backyard, and we've moved on from that point. We're now seeing, I think, the light at the end of the tunnel, which is really, excuse me, very gratifying that you all have listened to the residents and the neighborhood organizations. Our motto was safe, clean, beautiful, and green. We conducted street cleanups. We worked extensively with code enforcement, particularly with the portable signage. You'll seldom see A-frames and other portable signage on the street. I'd be more than happy to talk about the pole signs after my 2 minutes are up. But there's a lot of things that we did. We had a meeting that Assistant City Manager Lane Polachek helped us coordinate 3 years ago, and we gave a 4-page wish list of things that we thought could happen to the boulevard. Much of what you see tonight is included already in the LINK plan, which we're very gratified that that's happened. We don't agree on everything. We did a survey to confirm that what we were thinking actually makes sense to the residents. We had almost 650 residents chime in. Most of the things that you've seen tonight, at least 50% or more of the residents have been involved with and approved. Things like adaptive reuse, priority bus lanes, more trees, better lighting. Medians, we didn't define the length of medians, and I think that's, again, the devil's in the details, because we don't want to create an unsafe condition, and we don't want to have more cut-through traffic. And we also wanted to have a business improvement district. Even though we were basically a resident-based task force, we thought it was necessary for the businesses to improve. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is People of California, followed by Hunter Hall and Brian Hutchings. You have asked for 1 minute on this item.
I have. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm not seeing. How do I get this out of here? Okay, thank you. I'll take over from here if you don't mind. All right. So I would like to say, to begin with, kudos to Councilwoman Himmelrich. I thought that your questions about gentrification were spot on and very germane to the question here. In fact, we lost a discount grocer in Albertsons, replaced by a luxury grocer, and I'm glad to hear our mayor secured yet another luxury grocer to go out of business. Did anyone think of Stater Brothers, the largest grocer in Southern California, that would be more affordable to our 25% AMI folks who are never going to get any housing outside of that neighborhood? So if they ever get pushed out, they will get pushed out, and of course high food costs will be part of that. I want to thank the Lincoln Task Force here with their media advocacy, intentional organizing, and all this, because in fact, the road to hell, they say, is paved with the best of intentions, and in this case, this is going to be the road to hell. I ride it every day. I need no help except butter-like streets. I want them smooth like glass, like polished glass, and I want them no cement drop-offs. And defensive architecture looks like roadside hazards to me. No parklets ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hunter Hall. If you could come forward, sir.
How's it going? I'm Hunter Hall with CBB Restaurant Group. We're property owners on Lincoln and have been for some time. And I've been to some of these meetings, and Peter and everybody's done a great job. I love the idea of making Lincoln a cooler strip with more parklets and more medians, landscaping, things like that. All the plans look great to me, and I just wanted to say I fully support it, and I'm active on the Main Street bid, and I'd love to go forward with the property owner bid on Lincoln, and that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Next speaker is Brian Hutchings, followed by Zena Josephs and Dolores Sloan. Mr. Hutchings?
Hello, Council. I really want to stress that it's kind of a joke, but like the first week of July, there was a record rainfall. And I'm not saying that I caused it, but, I can't think of anything else that might have caused it, because I call it flow form after this Swiss water technology, but it's really just I know if you've ever seen me out there, it probably looks like obsessive compulsive syndrome, but the real point is that it's just creating places for water to actually. It's hard to explain. It's just like it's a matter of pressure differentials. Okay, and if the medians in Lincoln Boulevard can be made somehow to mediate that process of gathering water, I don't know how it could be done, other than because the grade of the street is off towards the sides, and I don't know because that's where all the gravel develops in the street is in the gutter really. And that's mainly what I work with, but just to give an example, where the beach parking is, just south of Pico, there's sort of like a mini bluff there. A lot of that's very bare dirt and sandy. And so when I'm going along there, I always throw the palm fronds over there because, that's the least you can do. That will actually help capture water and also prevent disastrous El Nino effects. Thank you.
Thank you. Zena Josephs, you're next. Welcome.
I'm speaking only for myself on this agenda item. I wanted to thank Roger Swanson for so ably chairing the Lincoln Boulevard Task Force, and to Peter James for his leadership on the LINK project and for repeatedly reaching out to gather public input and for his careful analysis of the many aspects of the plan. The only two things I've been concerned about are bicycles and buses sharing a rush hour bus lane. I can't imagine a bus driver being content going 10 or 15 miles per hour behind a cyclist, and the air pressure of a large vehicle such as a truck or bus passing closely by a cyclist can actually knock the cyclist over, as happened to my daughter when she was biking cross country a few years ago. Secondly, the 2,000-foot version of the median plan will prevent left turns from southbound Lincoln onto some east-west streets in Sunset Park, such as Pier Avenue, and that would result in more eastbound traffic on Ashland Avenue, which is a substandard width of 29 feet and really only wide enough for one-way traffic. Because Friends of Sunset Park doesn't have a lot of members near Lincoln, when we notify our members by email that there's a LINK hearing or workshop, I'm guessing that there are many Sunset Park residents who live near Lincoln who may be unaware of this plan. So I'm wondering if perhaps a 1,500-foot median option might be a compromise. At any rate, I'm really looking forward to the additional street trees, to the improved streetscape, and the many other aspects of the LINK Neighborhood Corridor Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker on this item is Dolores Sloan. And Ms. Sloan, you've asked for 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to second what Zena said about Roger's leadership. It's truly awesome. And what's so wonderful is the way that both Zena and Roger have conducted their leadership of the task force so that we don't look at the city as adversaries, but as partners. And Peter has been a marvelous partner, supporting all of us. I only became a member this summer, and I was blown away by what they achieved before that. I want to urge you to adopt the proposals before you. And I'm speaking as a member of the Pico Lincoln Action Team, or PLAT, which is a project of the task force. I'm not speaking for them, but as a member. I urge you to support the recommendations. PLAT is a 25-member coalition of the task force. It consists of the task force, the police department, related city programs, human social service providers, area businesses, and Samo High. Our goal is to transform the area of Pico Lincoln and adjacent streets into a crime-free, safe, and pleasant environment for all users. The actions that are proposed by LINK staff will contribute immeasurably to our achievement of that goal. Criminal acts of the kind that plague Pico and Lincoln would be discouraged by link enhancements such as adequate lighting and streetscape, a thriving business district, pedestrian strolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan. That closes the public hearing on our study session on the Lincoln Neighborhood Corridor Plan. And council, again, staff has asked us very specifically for input on three things: the medians, the bus lane, and the business incentives. I think we've heard a lot of community support. We're not being asked to pay for anything tonight or make a final decision, but we are being asked if we want to go forward with this. So, Councilmember Winter, as I say, you've been at the workshops. You know quite a bit about this. What are your comments?
Yeah, I haven't been at the workshops, and I'd like to echo what some members of the public said. I think this has been an exemplary planning process where there's been a lot of unity among the various neighborhood groups who will be impacted by this project and by all the participants. And I commend Mr. James for the good work he's done. I'm just going to jump right in to answer how I believe we should move forward on the issues in front of us, which I think we should pursue the maximum medium alternative. I think there's a lot more bang for the buck in terms of the beautification and the safer crossing routes you get across Lincoln Boulevard. And I think that in an era where wayfinding apps like Waze have generated a lot of cut-through traffic through our neighborhoods, that this will reduce some of that. Yeah. A hearty yes to the bus-only lanes. It's high time we did that, and I think we should move ahead with the incentives for the business owners. And I just hope, in addition, we contemplate some of the things that we can do sooner rather than later in this project. One of them would be the bus lanes. I think some of the inexpensive placemaking, particularly the public art, we can move ahead with fairly expeditiously, and that'll make a big difference in the look and feel of the boulevard. And I understand we're going to be moving forward aggressively with tree planting, which I think will also make a significant difference. So the things we can do now would be great to do.
The council actually supported our suggestion a couple of weeks ago for the street art, the utility boxes, et cetera. Do you have any thoughts on how that could be maintained? It's been raised that perhaps the maintenance of that could be a problem over time.
Well, I know that the wraps that the Olympic high school students are going to do are only intended to be on there for years. Isn't that correct, Mr. James? And then someone else gets a shot at them.
That's correct. They are designed to be temporary, but they're designed to be resilient to weather and graffiti. In fact, they come, because they're a sticker, they have anti-graffiti coating on them, and they'll be professionally applied to the box.
Great. Councilmember O'Day.
I'd echo what Councilmember Winter said here. I think the attention to the opportunity for bikes to travel safely on Lincoln is important, and so while I appreciate the staff response regarding the max medians and how difficult that can be, I do want to make sure that we pay attention to not max the medians. In other words, if there are those gray areas between the answer that we heard and the concern that was expressed from council, I would like to see that we do provide as much space as possible for the bikes as we develop those bike or bus and parking/bike lanes. The other thing I'd like to add to what the council member said was that related to this incentive concept for beautification strategies for businesses, let's say, to the extent that we're making matching grants available and taking strategies like that, which I think are smart, I would like to see that we go as far as we can to prioritize youth jobs, local jobs in our community, working with the YRT and other resources that we already have in place to put out the word and to bring kids into careers and to show off their art skills as well.
Great.
Well, in general, so far, we have a green light council. Councilmember Hemmerworth.
I agree with both council members. I say yes, 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 again with the caveat that we keep as much biking safety and availability as possible.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
I'm pretty much in concert with what's been said. The only thing I just caution us a little bit is when we're talking about the gentrification issue is, and I think you mentioned it in your opening remarks about some of this is just a simple paint of a facade to improve the area. if we, which I think the Councilmember O'Day mentioned, provide some kind of grants. Because I'd hate to see us start pushing some of those mom and pop operations out of there, but I understand it's good to try to get them cleaned up. But in that process, whatever we can do, and I know we have resources internally, and if it's a matching grant or some kind of financial assistance, because I'd hate to put the burden on some of those folks that are barely making it now.
Yeah, and if I could just comment on that, because I ran out of time there at the end. The original idea really was just coat of paint, landscaping, clean up the signage, age in place, right? It wasn't about a turnover or a redevelopment. The incentive programs that we have conceptualized, we have to do a lot of work on those. But we're thinking they're small grants, and they would be, the monetary amount would be paired with the type of improvement that we think meets that threshold for small improvement. So an ARB application to redo your landscaping costs $350. For some people on the boulevard, that's a barrier. The cost of painting may cost $500. That's another barrier. So if we can get those out of the way, which is something we think sounds like we can do, that may help those mom and pops age in place.
Yeah, I'd be very supportive of trying to, if not subsidizing that, at least provide some kind of a matching grant to make sure these folks are not pushed out.
Okay, we'll come back to you in April with a fully designed program and some dollar amounts.
Thank you.
Councilmember O'Connor.
The concept of vintage and the concept of aging in place is great. I've long said what needs to be done on Lincoln Boulevard, a lot can be done through design.
Mhm.
Design meaning the simple things. You have a good designer, you have a coat of paint, you might have a few other finishes that are inexpensive that you can put on, and with creativity and innovation, things can be spruced up and look a lot better. So I think that's a really good idea. And just to kind of add to that, they also talk about the architectural lighting as well as the pedestrian scale lighting. And the architectural lighting can be done in a way that's energy efficient, and that can really also improve the look and also the safety of the street with the pedestrian lighting as later in the day when it's darker outside. The gentrification issue is always a challenging one. I mean, we could say that we could come up with ways to stop gentrification. We could stop funding our schools, and then people would not want to come here. We wouldn't have good schools. So, we have this ongoing challenge of we're building a city, and we wanted to be we wanted to have the diverse income groups, which is why we are unified in seeking and hoping to get affordable housing and more of that, because we've been losing that. But some of the realities are, and some of this also tied to a new generation, the emerging generation of the millennials. And people are living differently. People seek different kinds of things. So the mom and pop typewriter store that was perhaps on Lincoln Boulevard 30 years ago could not exist no matter how much help one gave them, because times change, products change. People go to the Apple store on the promenade now. So while we do want to help the existing businesses, I think we do have to recognize that there will always be some change that happens that is beyond our control, that's more societal, more driven by culture. And again, as we continue to improve Santa Monica, and this is one of those areas where it needs a little improvement, homes go up in value. When homes go up in value, I mean, I guess you could talk to homeowners and say, do you want us to lower your property values by letting the city go into decline? I'm getting most would say no. So we have that ongoing challenge of building a great city. How can we support the wide diversity in terms of income levels, but it is going to be a hard ongoing challenge.
Thank you.
And the bus lanes. The bus lanes, absolutely. We see that one of the number one things that people talk about are traffic congestion, getting the buses to be able to flow in a kind of guaranteed speed, probably faster than those general flow lanes, can encourage more people to use the bus lanes and use the buses. And I think we also have to make it work for bicycles. If you look at our east-west corridors, we have bike route on Broadway. You can do that parallel to Santa Monica Boulevard, because we have a very strong east-west system of streets. But when you go north-south, you don't have that the same kinds of parallel corridors. So Lincoln Boulevard does become a very important place for all modes of transit, including bikes. So we need to keep an eye out on that. And again, as I noted at the beginning, helping with the Business Improvement District, helping those business owners of today do what they can to improve their businesses, stay alive, and be economically thriving is important.
So we've gone around to the whole council, so if you don't mind, I'll take a turn before we go around to Councilmember O'Day for a second shot. I just want to comment, as I began to say at the beginning, how impressed I am by the work of staff and the task force in coming up with something that tonight we heard has tremendous support from the community, and it sounds like from the council. So you asked if we had the political will. I believe we do. I've been thinking about these issues for a while. I have attended some of the working group meetings. The medians on Lincoln, of course, they come with positives and negatives, and what I had to do was think about how, well, frankly, it would affect my life. There are a couple of streets on Lincoln where I turn onto Lincoln out of Ocean Park. One is Pine Street, where I turn right. One is Kensington, where I turn left, and I had to think about the fact that, well, this may be a little less convenient for me sometimes, and I balanced that in my mind against what it means for pedestrians, for the totality of Lincoln Boulevard, for the neighborhoods on either side of the street, and I have to come to the conclusion that this is actually a pretty good idea for our community. So I would support the larger or more maximized set of medians. Despite the personal inconvenience, I think it's better for our city. As far as the bus lanes, I'm one of the remaining council members, along with Councilmember O'Connor, who voted for those bus lanes 10 years ago. I still support the idea. I think that's a very important augmentation to the transit capabilities of Lincoln. I think it will help with other traffic as well. And then as far as the business incentives, I support that if the businesses we assist are the small businesses. I don't think we need to be helping the big corporations that also have locations on Lincoln, but the small local businesses certainly. And I think we need to be selective in what we do and with whom we do it, because there are some businesses there that are really good for the surrounding neighborhood and for the future of Lincoln, and there are some businesses there that I think represent the past of Lincoln, the historic stinking Lincoln, and I'm not sure we want to perpetuate their presence. So as long as we're careful in how we do it, I would support our putting some funding into that. There are details that I know you're going to be working on and coming back to us with. The bike crossings, which we didn't get into, and we probably don't need to tonight, but I know there was one planned at Ashland, and I know personally that on Ashland, just east of Lincoln, that street goes up a pretty steep hill, very close to the intersection with Lincoln. So as a bicyclist, I would just want to make sure that we figure out that people aren't going to get stuck moving very slowly at the bottom of the hill and not have the momentum to be able to get up that hill on Ashland. As was pointed out by Ms. Josephs, Ashland is a relatively narrow street, and I want to be careful of what we do there just for safety. But all in all, I think what we have here is a winner. I think that the light is bright green tonight on this project, and we're going to go to Councilmember O'Day, but I think when we're done, the direction is going to be that, yes, we want you to proceed. We'll put that on the record when we're done. But Councilmember O'Day, you're next.
Yeah, no, nothing contrary to what we've heard, but I did just have something that jumped to mind. And it would be helpful if you had your lane slide with the measurements of the width of each lane.
Okay, so this was 2005, and this is today, and the notable exception is that the line between the 12-foot bus lane and the 11-foot drive lane never got painted. So that's, if you go out there tomorrow, what you'll see is the center turn lane striped, and then you'll see what they call a skip stripe between the 10-foot and the 11-foot lane. Okay. But the solid white line that would demarcate either the bus lane, it never got painted because of the issue we had with the businesses.
So, so this proposed structure, this structure is not proposed so much to change, and what you were suggesting was the bus lane, we have this extra space when it's parking that would be available for bikes.
Yeah.
Would we pick up an extra foot if we went 12, 10, 10 instead of 12, 11, 10?
Well, that issue also came up at Planning Commission, and I think the issue is that the mirrors on the bus, and I think Ed King is here, he can help if I don't address this adequately. The mirrors on that bus really push the limits of that 11-foot or 10-foot lane. So the bus prefers to be in an 11-foot lane.
I think so. What Peter's saying is when the bus isn't in the bus only lane on that lane. That helps.
Got it.
And we need 11 feet.
All right.
Okay, Councilmember Winter going for a second turn.
Well, I just since the concerns about gentrification come up, and one speaker rose it specifically about the grocery store in that shopping mall at Lincoln and Ocean Park, I just wanted to note that that was a private party real estate transaction that the city had nothing to do with. Albertsons left because they merged, and there was antitrust action to make sure they sold some of their stores. So they sold their stores to Hagen, who overextended themselves and went bankrupt, and then the landlord decided to lease it to a Gelson's. But no city policy whatsoever impacted any of that change.
And that concludes, I think, our comments on this. And again, to staff and community and task force, thank you for the work you've done. What I'd like to do is just have the council take a vote that our comments tonight comprise direction to staff going forward, so that we have something on the record and so that the minutes will reflect the direction that we have given. So if somebody would make that motion, we could
I'll
take a
move to let the minutes reflect this discussion, and that we would like to move forward with the link.
Motion by Councilmember O'Day has been seconded by Councilmember Winterer. We've all commented. I see no further requests to comment, so we can do this by voice vote, it being a direction. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. No abstentions. So by unanimous vote of the City Council tonight, 6-0, that direction is given to staff, and the Lincoln Neighborhood Corridor Plan will move forward. And we'll move forward to item 4B.
Item 4B is proposal for water neutrality ordinance, and you have 3 requests to speak.
And I have those here, and we have Mr. Kubani to tell us what this will be about. Good evening.
Great. Good evening, Mayor McEwen, council members. I have to say first, it's always difficult to follow Peter James. He has the great pictures. I took all my pictures out so I could be on time, though. So what I'm talking about tonight is leading the study session on water neutrality. And this was requested by council last October. You asked us specifically to come back and discuss the feasibility, or to look at the feasibility of developing requirements to offset all new water demand from new development, and also to look at the options for modifying the water demand mitigation fee. And so that's what I'll walk you through tonight. I wanted to say a bit about on the existing regulation related to water use in Santa Monica right now. So all developments are right now required to comply with both local and state building code requirements, which are quite stringent. You'll recall last month we came to you and you adopted some new regulations for water use related to landscape and irrigation. The state Cal Green requirements have been increasingly more stringent over the last 5 or 6 years. So these codes continue to be requiring all new development to be more efficient in their water use. Developments are also required to pay connection fees. These fees are simply the cost for basically the city recovering the cost for allowing the connection to its distribution system, water distribution system. Developers also have to pay capital facility fees, and these are fees that help to pay for maintenance and need for increased capacity for new water demand related to the development. And then a water demand mitigation fee, and I'll talk about that in detail right now, if I can make this move. So, and essentially this was a precursor water neutrality policy that was adopted by the city in the droughts in the early 90s, or to address the droughts. It is a one-time fee that is intended to mitigate daily water demand for new developments. So they pay it one time based on the projected demand from that development. And it applies to all developments, including single-family houses. The fee was set at $3 per gallon of projected daily water demand, and that amount has remained constant since it was adopted in 1991. It generates about $300,000 per year, and of course that varies depending, from year to year, depending on the amount of development that we have. And the money that's generated by that fee is funds efficiency improvements for public infrastructure. So it has paid recently for upgrades to our irrigation systems in some of our parks and our traffic medians. It also paid for a rainwater cistern underneath Pico Library, which is used for capturing water that flushes toilets and offsets potable water use. So the first thing that we did in response to your request was look at types of ordinances that addressed water neutrality, specifically in the state of California. And we found a number of these ordinances, mostly in cities that are severely impacted by drought, that may not be connected to state water, or that are only working off local water sources and reservoirs. We came up with three main options, or actually there's really two main options: a direct offset requirement and an in lieu fee, which is essentially what our water demand mitigation fee is, and then a combination of both of those. And I guess to cut to the chase, the question of is it feasible to develop water neutrality requirements, the answer is yes. What we're seeking direction on you from tonight is really the kind of approach that you want to take, and that really, the approach that you take really impacts the cost and also the level of assurance that you're looking for that 100% of new water demand is actually offset. So I'll walk through each of these three approaches. The direct offset approach is a requirement that all new water demand above a pre-existing water use at the site be offset. So for instance, if you had a site that was using 100 gallons of water a day, and then a development proposed on that site was proposed to use 400 gallons per day, you would have to offset that. 400 minus 100 would be, you'd offset 300 gallons of water. So the way that that would happen is the developer would be required to offset that in some other existing place in the city by retrofitting. So they might replace toilets in an older building, and they would replace enough toilets to offset 300 gallons per day. Those offsets would have to be verified prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the building. So you would, this approach has a very good correlation between the actual offset of the new demand, and you could really show very well that it has been offset before the building is even built. There are three approaches that we've seen, or three ways to implement this type of approach. One is applicant administered, which would be pretty much the applicant or the developer would be required to identify where they were going to do the offsets, contact a building owner who wanted his toilets replaced or irrigation system upgraded, hire a plumber to complete the offsets, and then demonstrate to the city that they'd actually completed them before they get their C of O. The other options are to have the city administer the whole program. The city could identify where offsets could be made throughout the city and develop a registry. We could contract with plumbers and basically make it kind of a turnkey program where a developer would come, we would identify how much water they need to offset, they would pay for the cost, and we would ensure that it was done. Or we could do a vendor-administered program where we'd have a third-party vendor doing all of those or some of those things. So the analysis of this option, this is the most effective method that we found to ensure that 100% of the new water demand is offset, and that you can carefully track that. And we can ensure that that demand is offset prior to the new building being occupied. This could, depending on how you applied it, could be onerous for small projects to complete. So for example, if this applied to a single family residence, having a resident who's building a new house have to go out and identify where the offsets are done and have toilets installed or irrigation systems replaced at another building might be difficult for them. The timeline on implementing a direct offset program would be about 11 months. Depending on council direction, it may or may not require hiring of a staff member. The estimated cost would be between about $30,000 and $300,000 for startup and first year costs. And again, that's really the implementation method that we would be directed to do. The second approach would be an in lieu fee approach. This is essentially the water demand mitigation fee. The developer would pay a fee based on the increased water demand from the new development, and then the city would take the revenues from that fee and complete efficiency upgrades to offset the new water demand. This would not allow for completion of the offsets prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy. That is because oftentimes now a lot of the water demand mitigation fees come in small bits. For a smaller project, it might be just a few $1,000s or even less. The types of projects, the city infrastructure projects that we're funding with these fees to do the upgrades are usually much larger projects. So it might be months or even a year or two before the funds that are generated through an in lieu fee would be expended on an infrastructure project. And it's also difficult to tie those directly to a new water demand. So this type of approach, it would be more difficult to show the public that we have completely offset gallon per gallon of any new water demand that was generated by new development. However, this would be a much easier approach to implement. We already have a water demand fee, and the collection process has already been established. This would require development of a tracking system if we wanted to more closely track the number of gallons that we've offset related to the new water demand. And it would require, because the fee was developed in 1991 and is essentially very outdated, and I'll talk about that more in a minute, it would require completion of a nexus study and a fee analysis. That would take roughly 6 to 9 months. This would not, we don't expect this would require hiring any additional staff. We could do it with existing staff, and the cost would be about $75,000 for the completion of the nexus study and the fee analysis. And then the combined approach provides a few more options. If I mentioned before that it may be onerous for small projects to do direct offsets, you could offer smaller projects the option of paying an in lieu fee and then require projects over a certain size or of a certain type to do the direct offsets. So that might be one option that we could pursue. Or you could provide both options to all projects that come in, either pay an in lieu fee or complete direct offsets. This combined approach could ensure that most of the new demand is offset prior to occupation of new developments. The piece that wouldn't be would be the ones that pay the in lieu fees. It could provide more flexibility for developers and could make it easier for smaller projects to comply. This would require the completion of a nexus study and a fee analysis. So it's essentially the timeline's about the same as the combined approach, or it would be the same, but would also include completing this nexus study and fee analysis. It might require hiring of a new staff member, and the cost would be a bit more than just doing the direct offset approach. this slide is called estimated cost for new developments. I've bolded and underlined and made a different color of the word estimated just to make very clear that we have not done any kind of feasibility analysis or fee study to develop these numbers. These are simply based on we looked at cases of new buildings that were being built to determine what the rough ballpark cost would be so that you would have something to chew on while you're discussing this tonight. The current water demand mitigation fee, as I mentioned, is $3 per gallon of daily water demand. The actual current cost now to directly offset a gallon of water demand is approximately $110. The reason why that is so different is because this water demand mitigation fee is almost 25 years old, and 25 years ago, water fixtures were much less efficient. So upgrading a 3 or a 4 gallon per flush toilet to a 1.6 gallon per flush toilet was cheaper, and it got you a lot more water savings per toilet retrofit. Now, we have pretty efficient toilets in our buildings. The state code is requiring even more efficient toilets, but the amount that you get for each toilet replacement is much more, plus 25 years of inflation has really made it more expensive to replace those toilets. So that's really the difference in the actual cost. Again, we will have much better numbers after doing a fee study, but we looked at a number of examples of recently built single-family residences and larger buildings to get a ballpark figure of what this might cost a developer. We looked at 3 or 4 different single-family residences that were knocked down, and then another one was built. In one of the cases, the water use went down a little bit, which is what you would expect. Now the codes are so stringent, you would use less water. But in all of the other cases, the water use went up, and in some cases significantly. That could be explained through much larger building, more water-using fixtures, more people living in a building, possibly installation of a swimming pool or something like that. So what we were seeing in this small group that we looked at was about an average cost of about $9,000 to offset the new water demand for a single-family home. For a new we looked at a number of mixed-use developments, and these are all variable depending on the previous use at the property and the size and type of new building that was built, but this was about the average. We looked at a 40-unit mixed-use development, and their actual water use after subtracting out the previous water use at the site, and it would have cost them about $380,000 to offset all the new water demand from that new building. And these numbers were calculated based on actual water use, not projected water use for the sites. So that brings me to the questions or the input that we would like to get from council. First, I would like to get your insight on the preferred approach in moving forward with this, whether it be direct offsets, an in-lieu fee, or a combination of both of those. And then also, if you are recommending direct offset, if you could give us an indication of what type of a program administration you would prefer, either let the developers do it all themselves, or we provide a more turnkey type of solution for everyone, either through a vendor or through city staff. And then the second point is on applicability. Should this apply to all projects, including small projects and single-family residences, or do we want to require just buildings over a certain size or type threshold to offset their water demand? And similar to that, are there any exemptions that council would recommend? Do we want to exempt affordable housing projects or any other type of special types of projects in the city? And then thirdly, if you could give us an indication of the type of tracking and reporting you would like, we could certainly come back and give very careful accounting of the new demand that was offset and how it was offset, or how water demand mitigation fees were expended every year and how much water that saved. So some direction on that would be helpful too. And that concludes my report.
Well, thank you. And boy, to find out that our current water demand mitigation is a bit of a shocker. I see the city attorney wants to speak, and it might be to how we would adjust fees like that, whether we'd have to do a full new nexus study or whether the inflation is enough? And
Yes. One thing that's happening here is we're talking about two different kinds of fees. A mitigation fee requires a nexus study, and an in lieu fee doesn't. If you wanted a mitigation fee, you'd need to do that kind of study. And in lieu fee, you're charging somebody the cost of something that they aren't going to do, and you're going to do it instead. So, roughly speaking. So I don't know that what Mr. Kubani said about the mitigation fee would be a big factor in your minds. In fact, I'm going to guess it's not for choosing between these options or deciding whether you want to allow both. But if the time and expense of the mitigation fee study becomes important to you, then I can say more about that.
okay, so we have some people from the public who want to speak to this, but we have questions from council members first, starting with Councilmember Winterer.
Yeah, excellent presentation. One thing I didn't see mentioned in your oral presentation was something was in the staff report about losses of revenues to the water fund, and this difference between if I'm building in one part of Santa Monica and offsetting water use in another part of Santa Monica. Where I'm building, I'm not accounting for the increased local demand. So is there a possibility of also looking at some sort of local demand fee that would
Right, well, that's
override
you're referring to the capital facility fee.
Yeah.
And we discussed that briefly in the staff report. Currently, developers pay a capital facility fee, which is basically I think Gil is here who can give me the exact terminology if I get it wrong, but basically what they're paying for is the increased demand from their project that's going to require possible upgrades locally to the water infrastructure there. If a developer is theoretically offsetting all of their new water demand, it would be difficult to charge them a fee for an increased water demand. But they would be offsetting the water demand in some other area, and in that local area, they would be, in fact, increasing the water demand on the system in that area, so that the city wouldn't or may not be collecting a capital facility fee, so the city would have to look into some other alternatives or opportunities to collect revenue in order to make those infrastructure upgrades if they needed to.
Councilmember Winter, if you could hold the floor, the city attorney concern activation flasher has gone on. So.
In fact, two of us are alerting here. You know, this is kind of complicated because one of the things Mr. Kubani explained to try to give you a complete picture is he talked about two much older fees. And he's just made the point that we might want to look at replacing those, but those would take studies to replace. Right. I don't think you should design the system you want going forward off of the older fees, which were not formulated in a manner consistent with existing law. You might want to think about a loss of revenue if we change it, but my point is you don't want to decide what new system you want based on an assumption that you were going to retain those old fees, I think.
Okay, so we can't just multiply by 37. Councilmember Winter, you're back.
Well, sorry, just to follow up on that, I mean, do you have any thoughts about how you might recoup that local demand infrastructure cost?
Well, why don't I have Gil Borboa answer that question?
Good evening. The capital facility fees are based on a buy-in system. What the users are charged for is buying into the system that has been paid for by existing customers. And it's developed based on the total asset of the total value of the asset divided by the total number of customers, which is expressed in terms of equivalent meters. So really what's happening is that there is it's called a capacity fee, and it would relate to new capacity, but there aren't any instances, there haven't been yet, where a developer has to upgrade part of the system because that particular project creates an increased demand on the system. It is a reimbursement for past capital costs. So one of the things that we would come back with in the final program is that assessment of the capital facility fees, and if the basis on which we're doing it now is correct.
All right, well, just to clarify, so moving forward, however we give direction on these other ideas, you will continue to pursue some way to address that particular issue?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Hermilovich.
So my question, I think, is more rooted in kind of the real world impact of this, because so one developer is going to replace the toilets in somebody else's property, right?
Right.
So that will be a capital improvement to that person that they aren't paying for?
Yes.
Okay, and then, so that means the tenants in that building can't be charged for any upgrades to the property that are done to decrease water rates.
Right.
So that's a good thing for tenants.
Yes, it would be.
And then what about the fact that the older building is getting increased I mean, there's something about this. So they get increased value because you replace all of the water, fixtures in that old building. So then does that revalue the building? Okay, so that doesn't, and then the tenants don't pay more. Okay, great. That was really my question. Thank you.
That's all the questions we have for the moment, it appears. I wouldn't leave the room, though, Mr. Kabani, because there are some members of the public who may raise some new issues. I'll call three names. There are three people who've asked to speak on item 4B. They are Denise Barton, People of California, and John Zinner. So if you all would prepare to speak, and you have all asked for 2 minutes. Denise Barton, you are first. Good evening.
Good evening. Water neutrality means not using more water than is presently used at that site by new development. Not a one-time $300,000 or more fee to the city for as much water as it wants, after including as many water-saving devices as possible. And it would appear the new scam to benefit the developers in Santa Monica is now the water-saving 1.6 gallons per flush toilets are no longer acceptable. Now the city wants developers to install new $350 1.28 gallon per flush toilets everywhere in the city to offset their development's water use. And since the toilets only cost $350, they obviously are not the highest quality. So if you have to flush twice, how does that equal water neutrality? The reason I call it a scam is because this program is being tried out in other cities, which was heavily pushed in the staff report. But in the beginning of the staff report, it clearly states that this way has not yet proven or resulted in water savings or neutrality. Here's an idea. Why aren't the developers required to have on-site privately filled water tanks to supply water to their developments instead of putting the city in a position where it doesn't have enough water? It is quite a conflict for you to ask the residents to further reduce their water usage for new development, as well as having to pay for the project, because this action will require more city employees at an additional cost to the residents or higher water rates. Then isn't it interesting that the city says that there's no financial budget impact at this time, of course, because we all know how the city initially lowballs costs and then makes contract modifications, always resulting in higher costs, as well as the initial costs already having been improved in the 2015-16 budget. So at this point, you might want to go back to the drawing board because neither of the options given in the staff report equal water neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you, People of California, for 2 minutes. Okay, we have an amendment. It's marked 2 here, but it's going to be 1 minute.
My apologies. And I'm sorry, I was just trying to remove this thing last time, eject it properly, but hopefully it's all still there. Okay, there we go. So I just wanted to point out that, we're claiming some grand emergency to the point where we can't, there we go, perfect. So the point where we can't keep our water rates the same, where we have to all cut our belts, pull in our belts and go on a diet. But this seems like the Gaza diet, where they figure out exactly how many gallons you're allowed, and there will be no more than that. This is like, I'm going to, put you on a diet while I have a party and, gorge myself, because this is what's happening. We're taking development, we're forcing the populace to cut a right, and we're giving that to the development. In fact, your water neutrality is a 5% increase by your own statistics, it seemed like. And so I would say that a 5% increase is unsustainable in this emergency climate, right? So my point simply being that the way we have things going now, where you could just charge a development fee per extra room and charge 10% of it if you go for a 25% AMI development for low income. And for the developments that you guys do, maybe 10%, discount off of which would be like a $50,000 per extra room fee. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, here on this is John Zinner. If you could clear the podium, sir.
Pardon me, sir. I will get that right out of there.
With my last name, I'm used to being last, so that works. John Zinner, Zinner Consultants. I'm trying to use my experience in working with developers, as you all know, and on water issues with the city over the last couple of years to this discussion. I think it's a bit ironic that these fees would be placed on what are going to be the most water efficient projects in the history of the city. As you may recall, the two NMS projects you recently approved over 40% below code. The Century West project that's heading your way is the same place. It will also encourage development of projects that use less water. Housing, your priority, uses more water. Hotels, with the income and jobs attached to those, use more water. Those are just perspectives to keep in mind as you're thinking about this. What I've told my clients is that if this comes along, the first thing we're going to do is see if we can improve your project's water efficiency further. What else can we do that would be more cost effective than putting in systems somewhere else? And you've had a big impact on that. And there's also some barriers. State code actually sets a minimum water flow on residential and hotel sinks. There's an analysis going on to see if that still makes sense. The state has stopped lowering the toilet standards until they figure out if the overall sewer system can handle less water. Where is the threshold where we don't have enough water to keep the pipes moving? One thing you may not know is that OTO that we went through with you guys adopted 1-gallon toilets in their hotels in Santa Monica, not the 1.28 that Dean's assuming, but 1.0. They've now adopted those as standard across all their hotels, states nationwide, as well as 1.75 gallon shower heads, again below code. The code's about to be 1.8. One other issue, liability. When you put in water efficient fixtures, may I finish my point, please?
You can finish your sentence.
Okay. When you put in water efficient fixtures in an old building, sometimes they can't handle them. There have been cases where there have been lawsuits and problems.
Thank you. And that concludes the public hearing on our study session for a Water Neutrality Ordinance Council. I would just point out a month or so ago, we had a project before us where a restaurant was being replaced by 100 units of housing. And if I remember the numbers right, the gallons went from 6,600 down to 6,300. So it is possible to build a new building with much more capacity, including housing, and actually save water. But we're looking at what we can do in those cases where that's not going to happen. So let's see what we think about this. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, you're first.
I have a question for staff on, as we're looking at, it sounds like obviously the newer buildings are a little bit more efficient, as we've heard from our comments and some of the testimony, but the issue or the problem might be with, let's say, existing hotels, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had conversation with some of the hotels, not, just a couple of them, and they actually shared with me that they be open to a fee, a water fee. I don't know if you've explored that. Some kind of a surcharge that they would put on their rooms.
That wasn't specifically requested as part of this.
I understand that.
And we have not looked into that right now, no.
Is there a legal issue on that? Are we able to do that legally? Add like a surcharge to existing hotels on water?
I'm not sure that's on our agenda for tonight.
Oh, I'm just throwing it out there if they can look into it. Is that okay?
We can give direction.
Just give direction? Okay.
Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, so I would be in favor of creating the direct offset program for larger projects and then continuing with a revised WDM fee for single family residences, because I think asking someone who's doing a project of that scale to go into the legwork of trying to find offsets elsewhere is a bit much, and I think that probably based on the numbers I've seen, that the overall impact on water demand from those single-family residences is their increases is pretty nominal compared to the larger projects. I'd also prefer that we use either a city or a third-party vendor to administer the offset program. It may be that developers are capable of doing themselves, but I think just in the interest of the public trust, if someone else is guarding the hen house, that's probably a good idea. So I think that's what you've asked us to respond on, is that not?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember O'Day.
Again, I'm in line with Councilmember Winter here. I do want to raise some caution regarding imposing these costs on housing, though. And I'd like to suggest maybe looking into a differential between commercial property and commercial developments and housing. In particular, I'm thinking, I think first just the sheer cost of it could be pretty significant. The numbers that you showed, underlined, bolded with different color. So my remarks also might have those caveats. I mean, it could be as much as $100 a month on somebody's rent for a new unit. And so, that can be a significant new cost. And it is in the context of the fact that the state's population is growing. People have to live somewhere. And the likelihood of them and living in a multi-family building in Santa Monica implies an already significantly lower water consumption than an Inland Empire single-family home with the lawn. So we want to encourage people to adopt that urban form of living and use less water in doing so, and not penalize it in its approach. So I think some sort of a differential between housing and commercial here, where commercial buildings, no matter where they're located, are fairly similar. But the housing form favoring multifamily is important.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Himmelrich.
It's okay, you can call me anything. So this brings me back, and it's sort of an interesting discussion about what is commercial and what is residential. And I remember having this discussion 3 years ago about whether Village Trailer Park was commercial or residential. Because when a building is built by a developer to house people, it's a little different than a single-family residence. And I get that there are efficiencies in it as well, but I actually think the direct offset, particularly because it will then help, so that building is efficient and then another building is efficient. And I personally have these 1.28, however much it is, and I've seen a real difference. I mean, that and getting rid of the grass has made a tremendous difference. And I'm finally below 22 HCF, so thank you.
Well done.
Except that Councilmember Winter is at like 17, which makes me 13. Okay, so I'll never catch up to him. But so I think that could make a real difference citywide. And I think the one-time cost, when I was first looking, I was going, well, wait a minute, that only fixes it for a year. But in other words, only fixes the issue for a year. But in fact, you're permanently reducing the water,
exactly.
everywhere, right? And I have to say that every time you come in front of us with something that our task force on the environment recommends, I'm always really impressed with how broadly they think about things. And I think that it's a great idea. I would probably exempt affordable housing, and I would, or supportive housing, something like that. And I would allow a fee for maybe 4 units or less, something like that. But otherwise, I think that it really, if they're really conserving their water and there's already a duplex or something like that on it, that it will use less water than what was there already, as with the restaurant.
Councilmember O'Day is in queue for a second time, but I haven't spoken yet, so I just want to comment that The issue is water. It appears we have all of our ducks in a row. I'm hearing that the council is in favor primarily of the direct assessment for the larger projects, recognizing that for smaller projects, in that case, the fee may make sense. Whether we go with a city or a third-party vendor, I think the important part is that the community have a sense that enforcement is inevitable and even-handed, that everybody pays. We've heard some suggestions on where the ordinance might go in terms of specifics, but I think that is better debated when you've done the analysis and come back to us. So the direction you need from us tonight is whether to pursue the direct or the fee model. Obviously, if there's going to be a fee for anybody, there has to be some nexus study done. So we'd be authorizing the expenditure of the funds necessary to do that as part of the direction that I think we'll be giving when we're done with discussion. But Councilmember O'Day has something to add. Or he did.
Oh, got it. The Councilmember Himmelrich raised the task force, the environment, and the feedback we got there. We do also have a citizens group that we've formed to help us with our water self-sufficiency.
Yes,
objectives.
Water Advisory Group.
Water Advisory Group, thank you. Have they weighed in on this?
Yes, they've heard 2 presentations and have weighed in on this, and they concurred with the Task Force on the Environment's recommendations.
Okay, great. I want to make sure I know that we've got a lot of great folks volunteering for that as well. Thank you.
So is the direction to staff, as I summarized it, agreeable to the council as a whole? And if it is, then I'd entertain a motion to make that direction so we have it on the record.
So moved.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Second.
And seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich.
And can we just make sure that Mr. Kabadi has exactly what he needs from us?
I believe I do, yes.
Good.
With the direction, which we can do by voice vote, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that direction is given by unanimous vote of the City Council. Thank you for bringing the matter to us. We hope we were helpful to you. Well, we're not getting away from water because we have some second readings of ordinances, and look at what the next one is. Item 7A, please.
Item 7A is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance requiring individual meters for all multifamily residential projects with 6 units or fewer, requiring all multi-unit residential projects with greater than 6 units to install a master meter and sub-meters, and deleting the meter exemption for low and moderate multifamily housing.
Is there a motion for second reading and adoption?
Move adoption on second reading.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Winter, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. No request for further discussion. Take a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon?
Yes. So that is adopted on a second reading by unanimous vote of the City Council, 6-0. That's all of us that are here tonight, and moves us on to item 7B.
So item 7B is the second reading and adoption of ordinances amending Chapter 6.48, 6.49, and 6.50 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code, updating regulations of vehicles for hire, taxi cabs, and pedicabs, and ordinances amending, extending a taxi cab franchise granted to All Yellow Taxi Cab, Inc., doing business as Metro Cab, Bell Cab Company, Inc., Independent Taxi Cab Owners Association, TMAT Corp., doing business as Taxi Taxi, and LA Cooperative, Inc., doing business as Yellow Cab Company. And I believe for first reading, we had to do separate votes for each. Is that still? Okay.
I would anticipate that would be the best way to proceed tonight.
Okay.
And so, Council, of course, this is the second reading. There is no public comment on second readings, but we have received a great deal of email and other input from people. So what is the Council's pleasure tonight on item 7B?
I move we adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 6.48, 6.49, and 6.50 of the Municipal Code.
Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Any discussion on this? Well, I'm going to say something, which is that I was opposed to this last time because I feel we gave short shrift to the drivers. And I usually vote along with the majority of the council on second readings unless I have a very strong personal objection. And in this case, the more I've thought about it, the more strongly I feel. A lot of the input we've gotten in this past week has been from drivers who are worried that with as many cars as we're leaving on the street, namely 300 with all these contracts, they won't be able to make a living. And I just don't feel right going into the holiday season thinking that we're leaving these drivers out there pursuing dollars that just won't be there to support their families. So rather unusually for me, I'm going to be voting against this on second reading, just as I did the first time. And we'll go to a roll call vote on this first of, I think we have to make 5 or 6 votes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor McCune.
No, and let the record show that my no vote was a matter of conscience, as I explained. We'll now move on to the next motion, which is the second reading of the ordinance as it applies to Metro Cab. Is there a motion for that?
I move the ordinance amending and extending the franchise for all yellow taxi doing business as Metro Cab.
Moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. There are no requests for discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor McCune.
No, so that passes 5-1 and moves us on to the next vote, which is for Bell Cab Company. Is there a motion on that?
I move the ordinance amending extending the franchise for Bell Cab.
Moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. That too will be a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor McCune.
No, that passes by a 5-1 vote. Moves us on to the next motion for taxi.
We skipped independent taxi owners.
You're correct, we did. So we'll do independent taxi cab owners. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that we adopt the ordinance amending extending the franchise granted to Independent Taxi Owners Association.
Moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor McCune.
No. So that passes by a 5-1 vote of the council. Moves us on to the same type of motion, but this time for taxi.
I move the ordinance amending and extending the taxi franchise to TMAT Corporation doing business as Taxi.
And that has been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. The clerk will call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor McCune.
No. So that passes by a 5-1 vote of the council. And we have now the last motion, which is for the ordinance for Yellow Cab Company.
And I move.
LA Cooperative doing business as the LA Cab Company.
I move we approve the ordinance amending and extending the franchise granted to LA Cooperative Inc. doing business as Yellow Cab Company.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Haven't we been here before? Roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
and Mayor McCune.
No. So that also passes by a 5-1 vote, and that concludes
Mayor, if I
our
might
item 7.
just add something that that I am in concurrence with your thoughts that we did not do the right thing by reducing the number of cabs. And while I rarely wake up the morning after a council meeting with regrets, I did the day after we did this. I did feel that since I voted for all these things on first reading, I should, for consistency's sake, vote for them on the second reading. But I agree. I think that we really did the cab drivers a disservice by not making their operations for each individual driver more viable.
Okay, well, we don't usually have comments on the record on a yes vote, only on a no vote, but thank you for that.
So it's off the record.
Yes. And that'll move us on to item 8A.
Okay, item 8A is the Main Street Parklet Pilot Program, selection of locations and operators, and you have 6 requests to speak.
We also have a staff report from Mr. Bias. Good evening.
Good evening.
We are having some technology trouble tonight, aren't we? I don't know if we can fix it. We may just be powerless here. Powerless point seems to be the problem of the night. Of course, for the people on the radio, they're wondering what's this all about because they can't see these presentations anyway. So I hope our verbal descriptions of what we're doing are adequate for our KCRW listeners. Well, we may have an issue here that's going to hold this up for a moment.
That's promising.
Well, we're not exactly getting the blue screen of death, but pretty close.
There it is. No, I have it. Okay. So I see it.
I think it might be possible to begin the presentation and see if the technology will
Sure.
catch up with us.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's coming up here. So, good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Salvador Valles. I'm the Assistant Director for Planning and Community Development. For this particular item, what we'll be talking about is the Main Street Parklet Pilot Program, and what we're really here to ask of you is to select locations and the operators, and that's the main thing that we're here to ask of you. So begin by just kind of going very quickly, what is a parklet? It's a public gathering space, and these are the definitions that are generally accepted. It's a reprioritization of the existing right-of-way, making it more people-oriented, and different groups refer to parklets in different ways. So in Portland and New York, they call them street seats, and in Chicago, they call them people spots, but they're all basically the same thing. So basically what you're doing, this is Spring Street in downtown LA, taking these parking spaces and turning them into a place where people can actually sit instead of cars. This is an example of a very small parklet that's on York Boulevard. This is one of the first parklets that was installed in Los Angeles. You'll notice that here it's a picture of it again where they added more protective barriers. This parklet actually recently was struck by a car, and it's actually being repaired now. This is an example of a parklet that extends the sidewalk. It also provides built-in seating. This is a much larger type of parklet in San Francisco. And this is kind of a whimsical parklet. And then lastly, this is an educational parklet. This is a parklet that was developed as an educational parklet by the Boys and Girls Club in San Francisco and the Exploratorium. So one of the reasons I wanted to show you the different varieties of parklets is because we'll talk a little bit more about sort of, as we look at what we want to do in Santa Monica. So benefits of parklets, of course, are that they provide a place for people to sit where there was not one. And in areas like on Main Street where the sidewalks are narrow, it helps to expand the sidewalks a bit. Some of the challenges of parklets is that, of course, there's a loss of parking spaces. Maintenance can be an issue. In some cities, that's where they've had some problems with parklets is the operators aren't maintaining them as well as they should. Parklets are open 24 hours, 7 days a week, and so, of course, that has the possibility for nuisance behaviors late in the evenings and things along those lines. Because right now a parklet is really an extension of the sidewalk, with the exception of any distancing limitations, smoking would be allowed. The question is also are they public or are they private? And we'll have a little bit more of a discussion about that, but really the public or private goes even beyond the question that we're going to talk a little bit more about tonight, which has to do with whether or not parklets should be used by businesses for their private dining. Parklets also can be perceived as being more private, and that's also a concern. So how a parklet actually is set up, so how the seating is set up, whether the seating is permanent or not, whether people feel as though it's a place that they can come and sit, or whether they feel as though they have to pay, go and buy something in order to be able to sit there. So those perceptions are important as well. And then, of course, safety is of concern as well. There have been parklets that have been struck by vehicles. As recently as 2015, again, the York Boulevard parklet that I showed earlier was struck by a hit-and-run vehicle. Nobody was hurt in that particular one. Nobody happened to be there. In 2014, Fred's Place in Sausalito was struck by a parklet. There were injuries there. In 2014, on Spring Street in Los Angeles, a drunk driver ran into a parklet. So safety is, of course, a concern, which is what leads to some of the construction or design standards that we would want to implement. So why do we need a pilot to do this, since this has been done in so many cities? I think part of that is because success is uncertain. We want to be able to test it. We want to make sure that it fits in properly within our city. On Haight Street, there was a parklet that was removed due to a lack of maintenance. In Morro Bay, a parklet that was installed there by the city council was removed after 7 months because of the businesses just simply didn't want it. They felt it wasn't the right fit for their community. They also complained about parking loss. The pilot, we would also want to be able to evaluate uses. How are people using it? Who's using it? The impacts, the impressions that people have. Does it fit? Is it something that works well? We also want to be able to establish goals for the program and define what are the benefits that we believe we're looking for. How do we define those benefits? Is the parklet intended to be a public space, or is it intended to help activate the area for businesses and to help bring in more business activity? Is it a park or is it a sidewalk? That's an important question, because if council were to deem it a park, that would impose a whole lot of regulations, and it would put it within the jurisdiction of the Park and Recs Commission. If it's a sidewalk, then it would function as our sidewalks do today in terms of any of the rules and regulations that exist for sidewalks. Again, is it a public or private space in terms of funding, availability, design, and the perceptions? And then we would also need to determine a parklet program framework. So how would we permit? Would it just be construction permitting, licensing? Would we have an MOU, or would these simply be city contractors in terms of who's maintaining it? Selection criteria, application process, and then of course design standards. Would we want to move towards something what Los Angeles has been moving more towards, which are modular units, so they're very consistent in their look now, or a more freestyle design? So in terms of funding, what we're estimating right now, we're not making a budget request at the moment, but what we're estimating right now, and we'll come back for a budget request once the location is actually selected. If you select a location, then we can actually move forward with the design, which then would help us to determine the actual cost. So for one parklet for 2 spaces, the estimate now is $35,480. We would also have a loss of meter revenue for those two spaces of approximately $10,000. And right now we're not recommending, because we want to have a little bit more control over the design of the parklet and the maintenance of the parklet, is to not have any fees for the operator. As an example, although in the staff report we provided examples of costs for San Francisco, LA recently just opened up their application, a new application process, and they provided more information. And these are estimates for various designs that they have established. And so they have a much more structured program where, again, that they use a modular format. So you can see that the costs can vary greatly. And I'll just very quickly show you. So this is a small 1-space parklet, $35,000. This is a 2-space parklet that's more of a cafe. It has a wood floor, so at $50,000. And then this is basically a similar design, but this has a concrete base instead of a wood base, which increases the cost. Other things that are important that add a little cost is the barriers that are essential. So again, if a car does happen to veer off and hit the parklet, this does provide some additional protection. And then the wheel stops. So if there is a parking space before that, those help to guide the vehicle. The location recommendations, we received 7 applications, and we are recommending 2. The location in front of Ashland Hill, adjacent to Ashland Hill, and a location that's adjacent to Holy Guacamole. a couple of the locations that had applied, there were red curbs, and so they just weren't logical spaces. There was a business that was next to Holy Guacamole, which is a bike shop that had also applied, and they had applied for the same spaces. And so with Holy Guacamole, with that location being recommended as the operator, it's literally right in front of the other business. In terms of sort of narrowing this down, I have to be honest, it came down to splitting hairs to some degree. I mean, these are all, members of the community. These are all good businesses. I think that the committee that was put together was a cross-divisional committee, and I think that it just sort of came down to again, very minor details. So this is the 2904 to 2908 Main Street. This is where that parklet is being proposed to be placed, and these are the two spaces that it would occupy, and it would be again in front of Holy Guacamole, the bike shop and Groundworks. We think it's a good location for the area there, and again, Holy Guacamole we are recommending be the operator. And then the 2807 Main Street, two spaces here. It would be in front of the Ashland Hill restaurant. And both of these spaces are approximately 40 feet in length. The operator requirements, basic things that you would expect in terms of keeping it clean, caring for the plants, maintaining furniture, and ensuring that, if there are removable tables and chairs, that those be put away in the evenings, provide routine feedback to city staff and not provide table service. And so I'm available for questions.
Well, thank you for that presentation, and we have some requests to speak. I don't see any council at point, so we'll go to the public hearing, and then we'll come back to the council after they've chewed this over for a few minutes, and we'll see what questions we might have. So our speakers are Matthew Gibbons, Jerry Rubin, and Denise Barton, if they would get up and be ready to speak. Mr. Gibbons, you have asked for 2 minutes on this item.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Gibbons. I'm the owner of Gibbons Media, 1321 7th Street, Santa Monica 90401. I'm a proud second-generation Santa Monica business owner. I'm an information ambassador of Santa Monica. I'm on the board of directors of one of Santa Monica's oldest charities, and I'm the recipient of the 2013 Essence of Santa Monica Award. Your Honor, council members, Santa Monica's retailers and restaurants are under pressure. 2014 was the first time in history that Cyber Monday was bigger than Black Friday. In just a few days, you'll see the same thing happen again, but even worse. Caruso's Palisades Village project will feature 80 shops, restaurants, and a movie theater. The West Side Pavilion will undergo a $70 million renovation after Nordstrom moves to Century City, and Century City is undergoing an $800 million renovation, including the addition of Lydia Bastianich and Mario Batali's Eataly, a 3-story department store of Italian specialty food shops, counters, and restaurants. They will recruit Santa Monica's excellent retail and restaurant staff. They will consume all editorial, PR, advertising, online, and social media for years. And they have all publicly stated that they are targeting Santa Monica's locals and visitors. All of these projects will open in 2017, a little more than a year from today. Your Honor, council members, they have called us out by name. We don't have a lot left in the development pipeline to counter. We must maximize the potential of what we have, which means building parklets. I respectfully request that you approve this pilot program and fast-track the development of parklets citywide. If we don't do something urgently, a cascade of job loss, business closures, and declining revenue will negatively affect our city. On behalf of Santa Monica businesses, thank you, and I wish you a very happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. I don't know if I expect parklets to save the local economy, but thank you for the comment. Mr. Rubin, you're next.
Thank you again, Mayor McComb, council members. I support this idea. I live in the Ocean Park area, walk on Main Street a lot. I think they should be public. I mean, that could benefit the cafe and the city. I mean, there's plenty of places that are like this, but you don't just say, hey, you can't sit here because you haven't ordered something. I think it could be that way. I like the park concept because there's got to be no smoking in these things. Otherwise, it's just crazy. Just like at bus stops or anywhere, however it could be, whatever has to be amended in the no smoking ordinance, you just can't do it. Closed on the street side seems practical and safer, and I like the idea of the stop there, the wheel stop, for added protection. I think there should be more than 2. It just seems like 2 is too few. And I could see some creative designs. Nice, really nice stuff. Ultimately, I do think you need a parking structure for Ocean Park. They've been talking about that for years, something that'll benefit everybody, visitors, everybody, and some way to do that. It hasn't come about yet, but I think it would be a good thing.
Thank you. Next speaker is Denise Barton for 1 minute, followed by Hunter Hall for 1 minute, and Gary Horton.
Good evening. Another scam. The city wants you to believe that these parking space parks are going to be used by pedestrians and bicyclists, considering the lack of public seating on Main. But wait, if you read further, you see that these areas are actually being put in as outdoor dining areas for Main Street businesses. And by the wording of the staff report, drinking alcohol is being considered for these park areas, due to it not being restricted. But what else would you expect from the drunkest city in the state? In addition, I find it very interesting that there is no mention of the Coastal Commission in the staff report. Main Street is in the coastal zone, so one does have to wonder how you can start removing parking without their authorization. But what am I saying? Our city and city council doesn't respect the government entities above them. By their "we're going to do it, what are you going to do" attitude. Thank you.
Next speaker is Hunter Hall.
Hello again. Hi, I'm Hunter Hall with CBB Restaurant Group. So we're property owners on Lincoln Boulevard, like I mentioned earlier, and Main Street. And I'm active in the Main Street bid, and I hopefully intend on being active in the Lincoln Boulevard bid. Since I joined the board a couple years ago, my biggest focus has really been in increasing the walking traffic on Main Street, which has just dipped significantly. Anybody will tell you, whether it's trying to keep people around for the from the farmers markets or the food trucks or anything like that. That's what's really facing the businesses on Main Street the most. So the parklet thing, when it came up about a year ago on suggestion from Joe Pipersky, we thought it was awesome. We thought it was a great thing, and we've been kind of prodding it along as it's been happening, and I really look forward to it. No matter who gets it, but I do have to say I really feel like 2 isn't enough. Originally we had asked for 4, I believe, and I understand there's limitations. I understand there's things like red curbs and corners and stuff like that, but we just really think that 3 would be a great middle approach.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gary Gordon, followed by Luke Tabbitt and Greg Ralston. Mr. Gordon, I think we've talked about this issue before.
We have, yes. Mayor, council members, and city staff. Gary Gordon, Executive Director of the Main Street Business Improvement Association. We did originally ask for 4. There's no magic number. We just thought a pilot program should reveal as much as possible to the council, the staff, the community, and the merchants, and that 1 was too few. That was what staff originally proposed. We believe that 2 is also too few. There are, as we understand it, 3 acceptable applications: Holy Guacamole, Ashland Hill, and Finn McCool's, which is not included in the staff recommendation. With those 3, you would have a better sample from the street of what goes on the street, what parklets can do for the street in terms of pedestrian orientation, in terms of expressing creativity, in terms of dealing with 3 different owner-operators, more information. Finn McCool's and Holy Guacamole have been there for a long time. Ashland Hill is relatively new. So you get that aspect of learning about city, public-private operators, private in terms of the private businesses, not in terms of private parklets. But it is kind of a partnership. You also get, there's 3 different kinds of businesses, 3 different locations on the street. Finn McCool's is located on Main and Hill, very high visibility in terms of the traffic on that intersection, and also the people who walk down, excuse me, from the farmer's market. So our strong recommendation to you is to have 3 sites instead of 2, Ashland Hill, Holy Guacamole, and Finn McCool's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luke Tabbitt. Mr.
Good
Tabbitt.
evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Mayor, council members, Tony Vasquez, nice to see you. Congrats. My name is Luke Tabbitt. I am part owner in Ashland Hill, and I just wanted to come here and say that we are extremely excited to be involved in this, and thank you for considering this. We're part of a restaurant group, so we actually have 4 restaurants in Santa Monica, and our common theme in all of them is basically, really trying to fit into the neighborhood. I grew up in Santa Monica. My partner, Mark Verge, has been in Santa Monica for years. Our common theme and everything is really just trying to make sure that this fits into the integrity of Santa Monica. So we're super excited about it. It's amazing how much change has happened in Santa Monica already with the new bike system, and I think this is just the beginning of a lot of positive change for Santa Monica. So also wanted to resonate kind of what Hunter Hall said and Gary Gordon. I fully support more parklets on Main Street, and the great thing about the Main Street Association is everyone really works together so well. We go and talk to Finn McCool's people, Holy Guacamole, Ariel. It's really a tight-knit group, and I think we can really kind of build upon each other's just with this pilot program. So I think that's definitely, it could help in terms of trying more than 2 parklets. So I'm in favor of that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez appears to have a question for you.
Just a quick question. You're supportive of more parklets, and I know this takes parking away from you as a business. How does that impact you?
Well, like Hunter said, I think we're really trying to improve foot traffic on Main Street, and one of the ideas that we had for our parklet is having bike racks on each side of the parklet. So really trying to recommend either public transportation or using bikes. I know bikes has really become a big thing in Santa Monica, so that's something that we're really trying to support.
Thanks.
Again, our last speaker on this item is Greg Ralston.
Good evening, council people.
Good evening.
I'm not going to say anything new or different. I pretty much want to piggyback what everyone said here. I didn't really plan on speaking, but I did want everyone to know that I think the dynamics of putting parklets on Main Street will add and enhance everything that Santa Monica wants to do as a city, and also it will bring something new and different to Main Street, and I think Main Street desperately needs that. I helped manage Ashland Hill with Luke, and we can make a difference there, and I think the parklets would make a difference. It's just a simple dynamics, and I'll be there to maintain it. I'll be there to breathe the passion into it that I think that the city wants to see in it, and I just think it's a great idea. I think it's something that's simple, that can be done, that can make a dynamic difference. And maybe it's time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes the public hearing on item 8A. Council, City Manager Rick Cole and I have talked about how the city could be more nimble, more flexible, more agile in adapting to new trends. And one of the things that we've thought might work would be pilot projects like this, where we don't have to write the final zoning code to make something work. We can try it. Try it for a limited time, try it in a limited number of spaces and see what happens. So the idea of doing a pilot of parklets is before the council, and Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, you're first to ask to speak.
No, I think it's a great idea, especially as a pilot. My only question is, and maybe it's a staff question, is and we heard from some of the public here, and I know you've looked at other possibilities besides the two, and I was wondering what the thought process was. I know you said it was very minor because there were several that were good, I guess. Why we didn't pick one, I guess, more to the north as well? Because it sounds like these are just to the south of Main Street, right?
Yeah, the two locations that were on the north side, the both had red curb issues. Those were some of the main issues in terms of why they weren't selected. We would have loved to have had one on the north side.
Or even halfway down.
There weren't any. Everything else was pretty much clustered down on the south side. All the other applications were clustered down there. Mm-hmm. They're all within close proximity.
Okay, Councilmember Windward.
Given that of the ones that you looked at, there are certain similarities. Is there any reason we wouldn't try piloting 3 locations instead of 2?
That's really a council policy question. I mean, I think that it's a cost issue primarily, and we don't necessarily think that it's necessary in order for a pilot to be successful to have 3. They would all be in close proximity. 2 is helpful to some degree in that you're going to get some variation in terms of what the usage might be. One's on the east side of the street, one's on the west side of the street. The operating hours are slightly different. The businesses near them are slightly different. So, in other cities, not all parklets are exactly the same in terms of success. One of the things that's important that I think would be important for us to understand is how do we make them successful here? Because, and I think the location selection, the operator selection, do we want it? Do we want to operate the way other cities do in terms of having operators, or do we want this to be something that the city controls completely? I think these are fair questions that we want to ask. And so, do we need 3 to make those determinations? We don't think we need 3, but certainly I think that's a policy question for you all if you want 3.
I looked at the manager and assistant manager. Is it a budget busting option to contemplate 3, or?
In a $562 million general fund and capital budget and special funds, another $35,000 is not chicken feed because we're talking about taxpayer money, but it is certainly not budget busting.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
So I hate to do this because you look like you could fall asleep standing up, but let me just say, this was a great staff report. I didn't have to do any research. I could see everything that, I could see what other people had done. I could see all of that. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, the LADOT spaces you showed us looked like they might be used for private uses, but is that not right?
No, they're all public.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And have we thought at this point about what we're going to do to activate the parklets?
You mean in terms of programming?
Yes.
Well, that would be something that the operator would be responsible for in terms of if they were to do any kind of programming in the parklet.
Well, because I saw in one of the cities they had foosball tables in them, and that was an incredibly successful thing. And I assume we're making all of this material available, right? I thought like little tables with chess boards on them or something like that could be.
Right, as part of the design process, as the once we move into that, that's why the selection of the location is so important, because then we can now start moving into the next phase. And during that design process, those kinds of ideas can come up. But yes, some cities have placed, or some operators or some parklets have exercise equipment. On the one that you're referring to with the foosball, I think is on Spring Street here in Los Angeles. So people do all kinds of stuff. I mean, some have TVs. People hang out and watch TV in it.
It's like an outdoor sports bar, huh?
Exactly.
No, but it's public. So would people be able to? It's my understanding there's no alcohol, so people wouldn't be able to walk to the bar, get a drink, and take it out to the parklet.
They could not drink.
in terms of safety, are we going to make them some sort of structure that a car can't? I mean, I saw some that looked flimsier than others. Are we doing anything about making sure that they aren't penetrable by cars?
Well, that's really where much of the cost goes into these is making sure that, one, they're ADA compliant, that they're accessible,
Right.
and two, that they are safe from the standpoint that, yes, they have barriers to help protect individuals that are in the parklet. And those are very important. Again, like the example of the picture that you see up here, that didn't originally have as much of the protective areas as it does now. It has more now than it did when it was first built.
Well, so let me just say it probably has less today, but we'll have more
Right.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So it's exciting, Council, to be able to experiment, and that's what this is about. It's a pilot to see how it works, and if we choose 2 at this point, that doesn't mean that it's 2 forever. It's 2 for a year to see how it works. Next year, there might be 12 or 2 dozen or 3 dozen citywide. If this thing is the success it may be, we may see it explode. My concern on going with too many locations right now is that we are quite deliberately going to build these parklets ourselves with city funds to make sure that they are safe and that they are what we're hoping to see in the future. And page 13 of the staff report points out that we're using taxpayer funds for this pilot, although in the future more of the cost of the construction, et cetera, may be borne by the businesses, because I think once businesses citywide see the success, and I do anticipate success of this pilot, they will want to do this. They will want to put money in. The one thing that hasn't been nailed down that would be very important to me, we're saying that these are not parks, and they're not really specified as outdoor dining in the usual way in our ordinance. So how can we assure that we have no smoking on these parklets? Do we actually have to modify our existing no smoking law, or is there a way in our existing ordinance to define these as no smoking areas?
We'd have to make some measurements. If the parklet is within 20 feet of a doorway, it's not lawful to smoke there now. I think on one of the 2 locations that you're contemplating, all of the parklet would be within 20 feet. On the other, I'm not certain because it's partly adjacent to a parking lot. So we have to do some measurements. On the other hand, if you had, all you'd be adding probably is 1 or 2 words to your existing smoking ordinance, which has a list of places in which smoking is prohibited. So it's an easy change if you need to make it.
So as we go forward with this, I would hope to add direction to staff to make sure that we somehow, whether it's by measurement or by modification of ordinance, assure that there'll be no smoking in these parklets. Councilmember O'Connor.
I think safety is very important, as Councilmember Himmelwerk had noted too. I'd gotten a little worried during part of the presentation, the focus on the fact that, I mean, there is a potential there for injury from a car, but if somebody parks their car in the existing parking spaces, when they get out of their car, they're at risk to be injured. And frankly, 50,000, I looked up the statistics, 50,000 people experience injuries from auto accidents in Los Angeles County every year. Again, with Vision Zero, we're hoping that we can minimize accidents and accidents to pedestrians. Safety is always number 1, but we still should try these, even though there is some risk involved. Because we aren't banning cars because they get into accidents. So I'm glad that we're moving forward with trying this. I'd like to make a motion, and I think we should go with the 3. We have the capacity to do 3. It's still at the pilot level. And so I will just be bold and make the staff recommendation with the addition of the 3rd parklet, or is that what we're calling them too, at the Finn McCool location.
Second. And I'll
So
second.
just so we can get this on the record, do we have an address for that, and do we know the name of the company that operates Finn McCool, who would be contracting with? Because that'll have to be part of the final motion. The staff have
We
that
can probably
information.
find that
I'm
out.
sure Mr. Vyas has that information. And while we're waiting for that, I'll just mention that I think that we will get more feedback on sort of the physical arrangements of 3 different parklets and how they're programmed by the operators, what's successful and what's not. I mean, Councilmember Hemlich mentioned the foosball table. Maybe we find that's incredibly successful to put in one of these. We just could get more information about what works and what doesn't work out of 3 of them. And I also think they're fun. and there's nothing wrong with a little more fun in this town.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember O'Connor, seconded by Councilmember Winter. We're going to wait for the name of the operator and the exact address, because that'll have to be moved when we get to an actual vote. But Councilmember O'Day, you wanted to speak to it.
It's CBB Restaurant Group, 2702 Main Street.
Do you have your DBA as Finn McCool's for that location? Because that's not what you put on your application, was that address?
Yeah, the DBA is Finn McCool's.
Okay. So I'm going to use the DBA, which is the Finn McCool's at 2702 Main Street. So the location would be adjacent to 2702 Main Street. Parking meters 2702 and 2704.
Okay, Councilmember O'Day.
Great, I'll support the motion. I'll make 2 points. One, that the pilot is not just about the individual parklet, but the effect for the entire strip, and I think that the network effect of these is really quite powerful and something that we want to examine in this pilot, and why I think it's useful to have 3. Also, related to the cost, of my understanding, Mr. Vice, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but regarding the cost of the parking meter, it's a direct number, a direct dollar value of the revenues from that parking meter, which you could expect to be offset elsewhere.
Yes, we reran the meter revenues for each of those meters that would be affected, and the average was about $5,000 per meter. That was almost exactly $5,000 for each one of those meters. So for 2 meters, $10,000.
So for 2 meters, $10,000, but the likelihood is somebody finds another meter parking space somewhere else in most of these cases, so you don't lose all of that revenue in reality. So I think the budget impact is smaller. I think the pilot opportunity is greater.
So I'm going to plug the specifics into the motion and make sure that that is what was intended by the maker and the seconder. The motion was for 3 locations, including Finn McCool. So what we would be doing now is selecting 3 areas, which would be 2904, 2906, and 2908 Main Street near Holy Guacamole, 2807 Main Street near Wildflower and Ashland Hill, and 2702 and 2704 Main Street, adjacent to Finn McCool. Those would be the 3 locations we would be selecting, and we'd be authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute agreements with Holy Guacamole, with Ashland Hill, and with Finn McCool to be the operators of those parklets for 1 year, with 2 additional 1-year renewal options. Is that what the intender,
Yes.
the maker of the motion intended?
Yes.
And the seconder? So we have a motion by Councilmember O'Connor. I was seconded, I think, by Councilmember Winter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have no further discussion, so we can take a roll call vote on that.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor McKeon.
Yes. And so by a 6-0 vote of the council, we've approved 3 parklets on Main Street. Let the experiment go forth. Is there any additional action that the council wishes to take on this item?
Well, we were asked to review and comment on the idea of extending the outdoor dining leases, and I just think that that's a matter that should come back to us after a review of the pilot program.
Well, that would mean there'd be no further action on this item then.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we will move on to our council member 13 items. If the clerk would call the first of those, 13A.
Okay, 13A is the appointment to 1 unscheduled vacancy on the Social Services Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2018. And you have 1 request to speak.
Okay, now if the folks out there standing in the aisle could take it out to a parklet, please, because we're still having our meeting. Council, we're being asked to make an appointment to the Social Services Commission. Are there nominations? Oh. Okay, Mr. Parent, Bill Parent. We will hear from you before we take nominations then. And you've asked for 2 minutes.
Mayor, council members, city staff, my name is Bill Parent. I just wanted to come here today and introduce myself to you in person and tell you that it would be I'd be very honored to serve on the Social Services Commission.
The mission of the commission has to do with research, outreach, and advocacy. As stated, in my professional life, I do research on human services and nonprofits, and I'm looking very much forward to and civic innovation, and to applying some of my professional work and curiosity to my city. And I look very much forward to serving, and especially in light of the measures of the well-being report and connecting those things to make sure they're shared by everyone in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a question coming forward? Okay, thank you very much. That concludes the public input on item 13A, and now we have the floor open for nominations.
Bill Parent.
Bill Parent has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll accept a motion for acclamation.
Move by acclamation.
All in favor? Aye. And Mr. Parent, you are appointed by acclamation to the Social Services Commission. Congratulations, Commissioner. And we will move on to 13B.
Item 13B is a recommendation to accept Jillian Alexander's resignation from the Commission on the Status of Women and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
I'll move that we do so with regret. Is there a second on that
Second.
motion? Seconded by Councilmember Winter. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that's approved unanimously, 6-0. City Council moves us on to 13C.
Item 13C is recommendation to accept Jamie Gallo's resignation from the Commission on the Status of Women and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Move to accept with regret.
It's been moved and seconded.
Was that
All in
O'Day?
favor? Aye.
Was that O'Day the second? Or?
I'm sorry, was there someone to speak on that, are you saying?
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure that was O'Day that second.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Winter and O'Day, and we all said aye, although
Aye,
at different
yes.
times. So I think it's a unanimous vote of the City Council to accept that resignation with regret, and that moves us on to 13D.
Item 13D is recommendation to accept Sabrina Phil's resignation from the Social Services Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
That's 3 in a row. Is that something we said? Well, 3 resignations in a row, Councilmember. It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Oh, I'm
Aye.
sorry. Okay, let's slow down.
Looks
I'm
like
sorry,
we have
Sean. 13D, sorry. We have Sean.
Okay.
He had 2
I'm
minutes.
sorry.
So-
Yes, Mayor and members of the
Are you
council.
going to argue that we not accept the resignation?
I would like to,
Oh.
but the main reason that I'm here are two reasons. First of all, Sabrina is the chair of the commission on the Social Services Commission, and so given that she has not had the opportunity to serve for as long as she could have, I think I want to acknowledge both her leadership and her service as a fellow commissioner, and also acknowledge the loss of the potential of her further service, given how impressive it has been. And when a chair resigns, I just feel that I want to note that. The second reason that I'm up here is because this marks the second time that a young, civically active member of our community is leaving commission service in the city of Santa Monica in search of housing elsewhere in Los Angeles County. And when we speak about inclusion and diversity in our city, this is something that's extraordinarily important to me as a citizen, as a homeowner, as a parent. As a parent, I'm going to double that one. I'm mindful, Mayor McEwen, that this is your final meeting as presiding officer, and inclusion and diversity have been hallmarks of your priorities, and they are hallmarks of incoming Mayor Tony Vasquez's work. So, and all of your work. So, as we close the meeting, I just want to reiterate the importance of making room in Santa Monica for inclusive and diverse community, because it will improve the quality of the civic service that we have available to us as residents of our city. So thanks again also to Sabrina once more for her leadership and her service.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. So now I will entertain motions. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
With regrets.
And seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. With regrets, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. So that's a 6-0 unanimous vote with regret from the City Council, and moves us to item 13E.
13E, did you want to read this, Mayor?
Well, I could. It's a request that I'm making that the council support H.R. 2209 and any companion legislation that would require federal banking regulators to include municipal bonds under the liquidity coverage ratio and to proceed with communicating our city's support to the federal government and elected officials. I hate to get wonky on the council at the end of a meeting, but what this does, it helps make sure that municipal bonds remain classified as high-quality liquid assets, and that means the financial institutions are more inclined to continue to invest in local communities like ours. And that's important. We have a AAA bond rating. What that means is that our taxpayers save money every time we have to go out and issue a bond because we have that higher bond rating. This bill would help preserve our bond rating and our ability to go out to the bond market at the best possible rate. So I would make a motion on that request. It's been made by Mayor McKeown, seconded by Councilmember Himmelrich. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, we will.
Voice.
It can be a voice vote. We're just going to send a letter. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous vote of the City Council. Thank you, Council. That moves us to public comment.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Please note that the state law prohibits the City Council from making any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 5 requests to speak.
We do. I'm not sure they're all in the room, but the first is Brian Hutchings, followed by Denise Barton, Art Casillas, People of California, and Michael Toney. Mr. Hutchings does not appear to be present, so Ms. Barton, you've asked for 2 minutes on this item.
Good evening. At the last City Council meeting, our mayor deprived me of 2 minutes of speaking time. That evening, the chits I submitted were for 1 minute on item 3, 2 minutes on item 7D, 1 minute on item 14, and I donated 2 minutes to Stanley Epstein, equaling 6 minutes. In addition, I had 2 minutes donated to me for item 7D, which our mayor said was my speaking time, and refused to allow me to donate the 2 minutes to Stanley Epstein, even though I had included a chip for the donation in my time in my 6 minutes of time for that meeting. But no, the mayor was bound and determined to deprive me of the ability to donate 2 minutes to Stanley for item 8A. So he sat up there and read things that actually didn't apply to the situation. Then I think he realized his error because he tried to cover his behind by stating that I did have 1 minute left if I wanted to speak on the item. But he knew that I didn't want to speak on the item. I wanted to donate time. So would that be perjury due to him knowing what he was saying was false? Or maybe even aggravated perjury due to it having been done by the mayor during a City Council meeting? I also see it as the mayor picking on me. Please allow me to explain. I, as a child, was picked on due to after the accident I had to wear a motorcycle helmet when I went out to recess. I participated in sporting activities because hitting my head in the right place could kill me instantly. And I had to wear a knee brace because my knee snapped. So I do know what being picked on is, and why I see being deprived of 2 minutes of speaking time is this: by our pompous, egotistical, and arrogant Mayor Kevin McKeown. And if he'll do it to me, he'll do it to you too. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. If you'd like, the city clerk can provide you a copy of the council rules for your reference. Mr. Casillas, you're next.
Art Casillas. At 2 weeks ago City Council meeting, I reported about a report on past and present crime problems I had read to City Manager Rick Cole at our October 28th, 15 meeting. He graciously gave me. At the end of the report, on item 14, I asked if City Manager Rick Cole could call me and tell me what he intended to do to help us. Since I asked for a 1 hour meeting and only got 20 minutes, he bobbled his head up and down as in saying yes, but in 2 weeks I still have not received that said phone call. God is good. As for making my case for me, in Santa Monica Daily Press, Wednesday, November 18th and 15th, city settles lawsuit over ambulance services by former city managers Rod Gould, P. Lamont Uhl, and Susan McCarthy, according to newspaper report. Pico neighborhood was having so many drive-by shootings and murders of city council members would not give us police since they took away our police and gave them to downtown for tourists. Pico neighborhood simply given ambulances to attend to shot down victims. Now also on Friday, November 20th, 15, Daily Press newspaper, the chief's perspective, article Seabrooks questionably defends police on complaint of handling a supposed apartment break-in, then speaks out about a breakdown in police and community when his police and police chief, her police refused to clean up drugs in Pico neighborhood for years. Now what about 9-year-old Mexican-American child bad-mouthed and threatened by white parent on Santa Monica sponsored school football game? Police and city attorney have failed to prosecute. Please give us an answer, City Manager Rick Cole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is People of California. You've asked for 1 minute on this.
I have. Whoa, that. There we go. How do I open this? There we go. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. First off, I want people to understand, as we go backwards into the future, inexorably, unanimously, and with no dissent or rational thought, apparently, to look at the sort of fictionalized and fudgeable numbers that these staff bring to us with their Nelson Nygaard consultants and whatnot. Tonight, council's performance was, I think, fairly dreadful. You're putting these parks and you're shutting down traffic, you're reducing traffic lanes, you're making it harder for me on a bike to escape when a car comes towards me. If I get bumped by a car and knocked into your dining area, you are all getting sued. That is all I can tell you. If you want to understand why all these policies are being advanced, Rand Corporation, all these wonderful folks have something to do with the Tavistock Institute. Believe it or not, go look at ctrl.org. You could probably search for Tavistock and find a number of great articles.
Thank you.
And false dichotomies about gentrification seem very dishonest.
Thank you. Our last speaker tonight is Michael Toney. Mr. Toney.
Michael Toney. Oh, it was nice to see I thought it was pretty nice to see those 3 pocket parks go in. So that was Terry O'Day had the right idea on that. But as far as what Terry had said earlier, California continues to grow. I can't see the logic behind that. It's more construction to support increasing population or a population acceleration. You've got global warming, excavation of the earth, burning more energy in the process, desecration of the earth mother, which brings up the Grace Slick and have you seen the saucers, etc. There are people from other planets who see what's going on here, and I know that they're real, but it takes more. You burn more energy. You're creating the big meltdown at that point. California continues to grow, but what the consequences are and the false rationale behind that really have to be put to the fore. California cannot continue to grow without being part of the big meltdown. We've already seen the global warming situation, etc. Expecting those heavy rains to come, perhaps there will be some heavy rains, but then again, there may not be the heavy rains because the people that do the ocean meteorology said it kicked up, and it shows that it's got the energy to kick up, and so that means that it could kick up again in the future. But we do have the cool surface water in the North Pacific, and then you've got the warm southern area there's going to be something happening from that, but maybe a little bit more localized. So really the rationale behind California continues to go is not really substantially there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toney. That concludes public input, and that also concludes our agenda for tonight. Fortunately, we don't have any remembrances I'm aware of to adjourn in memory of any community members. I'm always happy when we have a week like that. And we will now be adjourning for Thanksgiving, a time that many people get to enjoy. We vegetarians look forward to Tofu Day. We hope you all enjoy your Thanksgiving holiday, and we, the City Council, will be back here in 2 weeks on the night of December 8th, 2015, for another meeting. Until then, good night. We're adjourned.
I was saying that.